Hey, hey everyone. Sorry, I didn't realize that it was private. And anyway, it's been a, it's been a, it's been an evening trying to figure this out again after such a long time. But I don't know if anyone will be in here. Let me just check. It looks like some people are in here. Let's see who's in here. Oh, Emily. Hey, yes, I am alive, more or less. I've been battling... I don't sound it right now, but I've been battling like a mild... I don't know, congestion, shall we call it. And then, of course, settling into the apartment. It's been a journey. Party, our wonderful mod is here. Amazing. Oh... New name check. Wow. Okay, Artie Marty. Wait till I tell you about the Marty that I knew. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, Dain Game is here. I know who that is. Yes. Hello, I finished that anime and it was too cozy. I thought there was gonna be tragedy. Which anime did you watch? Ben said, hello. My dad's name is Marty. It's a good name. Yeah, except for the part where, like, I knew somebody called Marty and it wasn't so great. After the rain? Oh. Well, Leo, you win some, you lose some. And this is why I keep busy in other ways. Let me know. Are you allergic to pollen? Leo, pollen at this time of year? No. We just barely got snow off the ground. There's no pollen right now, but we'll find out if I'm allergic to pollen this year in like May. Yeah, it's still very cold here, Leo. It's still cold here. We haven't seen, you know, it's just because I'm in the artillery detachment. Oh, my lord. Okay, well, have fun. Good luck in there. Shooting people, I suppose. But yes, I'm alive. I've been busy with the move. We've moved, but we had quite a bit of things to do. And I would just feel really tired every day. And for a while, I was staying at my parents' house, and the walls are made of paper, so no streaming, nothing could really happen. My computer was set out in a very public area, so it was just a time of not having streaming and a whole bunch of other things. Lavestlin Dragonwolf. Is that Epic? Did Epic get a new name? Or did Epic get a new name? What? Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Epic. You're still just going to be Epic in our hearts. Right? So how's chat doing? What is chat up to tonight? We're going to keep it short, the stream. We might watch a couple things, but I'm choosing really short videos. Was having some audio trouble? Oh. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know how to say this, but you have a different name, Epic. I don't know if it's your real name or if it's another fake name. We don't know. We have no idea. But we're going to keep it short for tonight. I want to check in with everyone, see how everyone is doing. So what is everyone up to? What is everyone doing? We know Leo is finishing with an anime. How about everyone else? I actually feel a little chill. I think I might have to go get a cardigan. But while I get a cardigan, I would like to see from chat, start typing. What have you been up to tonight? What are you going to be doing? And I shall return in 2 ticks. I just gotta go grab a cardi of some kind, and maybe another taco. Okay. Let's see. Ben is gaming. What is Ben gaming? Oh dear, I doxed Epic. Well, you know what? Epic, I can always private this stream later and just remove that part where I read your potentially very legal name out loud. Okay, so Ben is Ben, God of War 2018. Awesome. Let me know if Okay, I'm back. Okay. Oh boy. Let's see. Grab a taco for you. These are all mine. My own. My precious. Playing hand and foot with friends. Oh. I've never played that. I hope it's not like a disease. It kind of sounds like a disease. I need to figure out how... yeah, you figure that out, Epic. Good luck. Good luck. It's a cool name. I agree with Party. It is a very cool name. Party is currently playing Power Wash Simulator, but will be switching to Terraria. Yeah. Diane Game is feeling better. Yes. So we've been helping Diane Game get through A Realm Reborn. He played A Realm Reborn a few months after 2.0 released, and now he's coming back to try again the game with Party and I. So it's been fun. Can't wait for Thursday. Epic is testing. Epic, we're glad to see you back. The man, the myth, and the legend. You have a gorgeous name, Epic. So, I mean, that is a really lovely name. The Power Wash Sim, Emmy, like, it is a sleeper hit. It has this story that I'm actually low-key, like, extremely intrigued by. The Power Wash Simulator is it's a thing. It's yeah, it has a story in it, and the story goes places in some ways. It's really wild. Strummer is strumming? Yeah, Miro, hey. Welcome in, Miro. Yeah. I already have public work with my name out there, so it's not a big deal. I appreciate it, though. Oh, I'm glad. Okay. Just let me know if you really do want that gone. I also self-published under my real name. But no one will know. Except maybe Emmy, Party, some other people who may or may not know who I am. So I'm currently starting the recruitment process for my venue. We're switching to a host theme where the goal is to encourage in-character conversations and stories, like a D&D night. Oh, epic. Oh man, I need to get to Epic's venue one night. I just need to go on a night, somehow. I just want to go and see what the people are doing. I just need to see this. Yeah, Epic. Your name is literally Epic. Yeah. It's 4 rounds, needs 4 players, just means you and Rumi have to make a trip. Yes, yeah. Well, we're waiting for Party to do her last driving lesson, and then she can trundle us down over the border. It stays clean. Honestly, who here has played Power Wash Simulator? Everyone knows your name. You've hidden your identity so well. Shut up, Ben. I know the one night you asked, we were brainstorming. So, yeah. You guys should have the whole upstairs. If you come in fall or later summer, our outdoors is great for bonfires. Oh yeah, we'd come in the fall. Michigan is gorgeous in the fall. Oh, did Ben I cannot imagine Ben playing it. I cannot imagine. Actually, okay, I promise we will react to something, but I just want to quickly show. Do I have it? Yes. It is here. Actually, I'm gonna just... We're just detouring, folks. We're just detouring here for a second. Just to show... I'm gonna hopefully get her to come in on this. Because Emmy, we could play it together, actually. Yeah. Let's see if it will load. Oh, hello, Wooly. I'm just showing my friend Emmy very briefly Power Wash Simulator. If it will load, we're gonna see here, because it might start freaking out. And okay. Okay, so I'm in the Frolic boat. I'll just resume this. Now, I play with a mouse and keyboard. You can actually play with a controller. I play with mouse and keyboard. I'll just load this up quickly. I'm just going to show it to Emmy. This is a game that I started playing and I thought it was just this dumb little chill game. And then I started paying attention to the tweets. And then my life was over, basically. Okay, let's get up. Can I just... Okay, let's... Oh, yeah. Here we go. We'll just give this a nice little soak. That tells we're crouching. How did I feel like... Oh, yeah. Here we go. I think I want to do the... Yeah. This is it. This is the game. The worst thing is that it only starts happening once I finally split town. Yeah. And this is the game. Power Wash Simulator. It is extremely, extremely relaxing. Although, hey, mustn't grumble. This desert dig I'm working on is amazing. You should come visit. What is this mayor doing? There's something hinky going on with the mayor. That's all I'm going to say. So you just saw like a text pop up on the side screen. Throughout your playtime, people will text you things. And there's like an ongoing story. There's like a volcano somewhere. Anyway, yeah. So this is the game. So this is it. So, but the story that is inside it is actually like legit, like really cool. There's like this bizarre story going on, and I don't even like it. People are doing things, and it's a whole mystery. So I really like it. That's the gameplay of Power Wash Simulator. I can't handle being locked to WASD. Press C. It lets you move your gun. Yeah, I know. You can control the nozzles. A-type personality activated. Yeah, you can add like soaps and then use different nozzles to achieve like some stuff you have to use like the hard spray, and some stuff you can use the wider, softer spray. And so there's different nozzles that achieve different things, particularly with different materials. It's really fun. I clean all day. I have 2 boys under 5, but nothing stays clean. Yeah. There's aliens. Yeah, there's aliens. There's monks who egged the mayor's house. Still not sure why the monks egged the mayor's house, but they did. So it's really cool. Now, just so you know, it stops becoming a joke when I enter this into the system. Is this really and I respond in character and objects? To get my military, like my common access card, it sparks a conversation, which I actually enjoy. Oh, okay. So Epic is having an epic work life, I guess. So we're entering a work week. Does anyone have any major work things planned? Any big plans for work? Or anything like that? Okay, Emmy is going to be in school. Or like teaching school. I plan to endure, says Wooly. Yes, Wooly is going to endure his boss, who's been overworking him, Sag. My plans to take over the world are coming to fruition. Checo in 2025? Hello? Oh my lord. Yeah, see guys? See? I told you, things are not too normal. I moved my computer literally 4 minutes away from my parents' house, and things have been crazy. I had one class where stuff just did not work. They just gave up. It, like, everything just wouldn't work. And yeah, it's been like that forever. So it's like, yeah, it's just insane. Hopefully everyone can hear me now. Hopefully. I'm hoping. No audio. Yeah, no. Hopefully the audio is back now. Okay. Okay, good. So your audio's still in the fight for me? Okay. It's dying every so often, and I have no idea. Like, my life. OMG. Anyhow. So that's why we won't have... That's why we're not having a super long stream, because things are still kind of wacky here. I still don't have curtains. We still don't have a microwave. We just got pots and pans. Anyway. It's fine. We're fine. We're all doing good here. I have no idea. My life, OMG. Chieko 2025. Our microwave is coming. We're fine. Yeah, but my coffee, though. My coffee. Clearly, you don't own an air fryer? No, we don't. We did have a slow cooker. So we slow cooked Japanese curry the other day. It was so good. Air fryers are for pretentious white people. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm super white trash. I didn't share it with everyone. Also, our shower curtain rod fell down and couldn't go back up. And let's just say Chieko was achieving critical mass in terms of grease. So eventually today we had to hitch a ride over to my parents' house for a shower because Party was revolting. Did you lose your coffee pot? No. We have a coffee pot, but it sits in my cup and then it gets cold and then I have to reheat it. This is a common occurrence. Yeah, Party put up a protest. The gunk was getting thick? Yeah, something like that. My sister-in-law was like, oh, you probably feel so great now. And I was like, I feel just about the same. That's when Party had to go lie down on the ground somewhere. Air fryers are goated. I heard that's good for chicken, But the one time I had an air fryer chicken, it kind of was like, eh. Did you just utter microwave and coffee in the same sentence? Yeah, I did. What are you going to do about it, Wooly? What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? It's going to happen. Claudia, go away, Wooly. Wooly unsubscribes. I can't handle it. That was the straw that broke this camel's back. But yeah, so it's been a day. The first step is knowing how to cook whatever you need to use it for. We were given one. I use it for chicken nuggies and fries for the kids. That's it, really. Emmy is like, I'm not a pretentious white person, I promise. Shame on you, northern barbarians. Land of the free, Wooly. Oh. Yeah. So in the coming weeks, once I get my curtains up, there's a few other things I gotta do. But once things get more settled, I will start uploading content again. I have scripts. I have ideas. I just want to... I don't know if chat has felt this way, but I feel like everything nowadays is so charged and full of rhetoric, and I'm capable of getting intense and even emotional about things I care about, but I just feel like it's so crucial, I think, for me, for my mental health, to remain calm and not lose myself in any kind of a spiral. It affects your creativity, affects your productivity, it affects your ability to work and focus. I'm participating in a writing marathon for Royal Road, and if you are trying to write a little bit every day, it's really, really crucial that you keep yourself grounded and not bent, like not allow yourself to get bent out of shape. Join the coming Trump Eagle dynasty. That statement's full of rhetoric. Air fryer? No. Chicken nugget fryer? Yes. My brother won a microwave when he was 14 and still uses it. It has protruding buttons, a wheel you have to rotate. It's good as new. Wow. Okay. I think I know what you mean. Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of people who are encouraging negativity and being in a constant negative state, and it can be really tough, I guess. Nothing but drama? Yeah. I did watch something really interesting by Metatron. It was about... Did anyone see the Metatron video about the CIA op where they were using psychics to locate the Ark of the Covenant? It was so fun, and Metatron, bless his heart, covered it in such an interesting way. Here, actually. Wow, this chat box is massive. Okay, I'm gonna make chat smaller. I love you, chat, but I'm gonna make you guys smaller. This is such a white trash stream. I'm sorry for all the people of color who happen to be here. I've seen a lot of CIA and psychic stuff in the past, so I believe it. It's actually a breath of fresh air. I'm not gonna lie, Epic. I thought it was like just fun theorizing, nothing too heavy. I guess some people would take it really seriously, but that's probably the highlight of my week was Metatron, bizarrely enough. So strange. All that to say, when I upload some content, I want to focus on writing. And I do want to focus a little bit on, of course, some of my favorite video games, but I want to talk about writing. Oh my gosh, Leo shared with me, I got to be careful how I do this. Leo shared this crazy thing that John Steinbeck wrote. And I want to talk about it one day. I gotta... let's see. We gotta cover it one day. I don't think we'll cover it today, but holy moly, this was wild. There's some stuff in here that was like, I had no words. Some of it was really good, but some of it was like, wow, this is interesting. This is a take. This is fascinating. So I have this. I kind of want to chat about it a little bit. Talk about writing a bit. Since I'm in writing mode. I'm taking part. I don't know. Who else here has heard about the Royal Road Write-a-thon? Chieko doxing herself. In 3, 2, 1. Highlight besides seeing her best mod, of course. Strummer doxes us the first strum. Yeah. We watched it last night. Oh, Emmy, did you watch it? It was so fascinating, wasn't it? He was like going off because the psychic, I guess, said that there were seraphim on the ark, and he's like, they're cherubim. And he was like losing it. It was great. But anyway, Leo shared some advice by Steinbeck that was really, really fascinating. Like really, really fascinating stuff. Like this number 1, for example, literally gave me cancer. But I think Shay would love it. I think Shay would love number 1. But number 1 gave me cancer. Number 3 also gave me cancer. Number 3, I died. But the rest of his advice was pretty solid. Sort of. Pretty solid. I kind of want to go through it and talk a bit more about writing. But yeah. Scolded me for having the wrong intentions. I want to come correct rather than trying to prove a point of vanity. True. That's true. That's true. Oh my lord. I summoned Shay. Shay, I was just talking about you. That's kind of scary. Holy moly. That's scary. Metatron's vid on the Italian seminar. Oh my gosh. I watched that as well. Metatron is where I got my Yasuke information before AC Shadows and the videos that came after. Yeah, he actually went at it in a way that felt really solid. You prompted MB to summon me? What? No. Nani? Wow. Okay. MB and Ben. Ben is probably running around New Zealand banging a gong. Got a new gaming laptop? So does that mean you're going to play No Man's Sky with me, Anakin? Well. Literally Ben. Literally Ben running around like crazy. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you better yes, ma'am me. Bakeno? Bakeno? What is Bakeno? So Anakin is one of my brothers. And he got a new gaming laptop. I think Anakin plays a lot of Medieval Dynasty. And he may or may not have been playing the latest Assassin's Creed. So Anakin, do tell us and the rest of chat, what is your take on the new Assassin's Creed? Did you play it after all, or were you just joshing me? But anyway, TLDR, I decided to do a bit of writing for Royal Road, and it's like a science fantasy about, it's an isekai science fantasy involving drugs. Yeah. Yeah. I went to cuckoo land. My story is absolutely cuckoo. But the point of writing, I think, these kinds of things is to just flex your muscle, you know, have like another thing that you're writing on the side as a way to kind of just have fun and romp around. So, yeah. So Shay, I was just saying that the John Steinbeck thing, the number 1 point reminded me of you. Wow, Shay and I are like kind of like vibing. So number 1 here. Did you read the John Steinbeck manifesto on writing? Because number 1 reminded me of you for some reason. And I was like, and I literally said, chat can support what I said. I literally said, number 1 is like, this would make you probably really happy. Number 1. But I literally got like, I started internally shrieking at number 1. I also didn't like number 3. Forget your generalized audience. What in the world are you talking about? Generalized audience? Everyone is being summoned. That's right, Epic Thulu. We're summoning the old gods. Yeah, so I do want to talk about writing in general at some point, because Shay and some of us are doing a writing marathon. If you're not doing a writing marathon, you suck. I mean, you're fine. You're fine. You're all fine. Assumes I'm never going to finish. I'm just going to go off and write a 40-year story. Yeah, see, Shay? Wait, when did this writing marathon materialize? April 1st it did. How did you miss that? I've been secreting. I've been secreting. And I did a little bit of research for it. I have an outline. And it's basic. My story is crazy. My story is like just weird as per usual. What is that? Is she frowning at me? Your brother in the counterweight continent is joining a strike? What? I don't know what that means, Wally. But anyway, it's a fun little writing write-a-thon. So if anyone here wants to join our write-a-thon, you can get in our Discord and join the writers chat and just rant about writing. I'll tell you about my story later, party. It's something. That's what I'll say. It's a story. You wanna, but your discipline is nil? I could go over there and like crack a whip. But I'd rather chill with you on Thursday. But I guess my Pratchett reference went whoosh. So counterweight continent, yes. That I know. Right? But the Doctor and the strike, like I haven't read all of Pratchett. Let's just say that. I've only read a couple. See, Emmy is a massive Pratchett reader. Emmy probably has read all the books. Probably. I've only read a handful. I know enough to know about Atwin, you know, and the turtle and the elephants and yada yada yada. But yeah. She's seriously cramping your progress? Yeah. I also started regretting when moving hit me and I was like, wait a minute. What am I doing? Abby read a fair amount. Oh. She's actually outside. Yeah, I think the turtle was called Atuin. A apostrophe Tuin. more of a comment on everyone having work trouble. Yeah, Wooly also is having work trouble. So we're all having work trouble except for Epic, who seems to be having a good time. And we're very happy for him. Alone is going over a summary of his childhood. I recreate name replacements, but I just don't want to rename Halone into Athena. Atuen. Oh, sorry. E, not an I. Ahem. Yeah, I mean, you could always do name replacements later, Epic, right? Like, it's not a... If it feels more natural for you to use Halone, then just use it that way, and then strike 2 from Wooly. Yeah. Wooly 2, Chieko 0. Can't even spell Atuin. He's gonna come after me later. Trying to convince her to nap in my room so I can sit down on my computer and write. I've done everything I've done so far with a stylus on my cell phone. Send help. Oh my lord. That is insane. On the other hand, Shay, I bet you're one of the best dog mamas on the planet. So she's very, very lucky. Yeah. It's okay. You can at least have like an excuse. I won't have an excuse in a few days. I'll need to play serious catch up if things continue progressing the way they have been progressing. But anyway, I kind of promised my boss that I would help them write curriculum for book studies. And the move really got in the way with that. So like this week I gotta focus on that too. So I don't know how I'm going to sleep. I don't know how I'm going to work. I'm probably just going to end up working on my day off. Yeah. Great. Anyway, let's see what we can watch today. Do you actually sleep? That is... yes, I do, but I always wake up and then I'm like, ah, dang. If I was like Major from Ghost in the Shell, I could maybe like not sleep and then it would be nice. It would be great. I'll roll food into your room every so often. Throws liverwurst at your head. Yum yum, liverwurst. Party actually made these amazing tacos. Out of turkey? Was the meat turkey, Party? I think the meat was turkey. So good. So, yeah. It was super, super tasty. I wish I could sleep 9 hours every day. But right now I think I'm averaging at about 6 to 8. 6 to 7. Less probably because I don't have curtains on my windows right now at the moment. And, yeah. Yeah. But soon. I'm going to ask my dad for help because I ran into trouble with the wall. And the drill that we have is not powerful enough to handle the wall. So I'm going to reach out to my dad and be like, can I borrow your big manly drill? Miro's averaging 5. If a message doesn't appear on YouTube screen chat, does that mean it was censored? If it was censored, Epic, I can assure you Party was not censoring you. I can assure you that it was censored by YouTube for some reason. Although I told YouTube I don't care and I tried to keep the chat as uncensored as I can. If it's a really important message and you want to make sure it gets to me, just let me know that it's on Discord and I can look at Discord. Stud finder? Yeah, we don't have a stud finder, but probably my dad does. I used a word that a verb machinist. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, Epic, or the proverbial Susan will find you. Did I suggest this video? I don't know. MB. Isn't Karn MB? Karn's MB, right? I feel like Karn is MB. I don't know. Okay, you'll redo your post in Discord general? Yeah, you better do that. YouTube is sometimes really weird. Like, it goes after the weirdest stuff. I'll check here. I'm so neurotic now. YouTube deletes comments with certain words. The AI is very sensitive. No kidding. I'm thinking of converting Ishgard into something more heavily Catholic Spain. Perhaps I'll list some ideas I had and let you all shoot everything down, then breed the survivors. Yeah, you could do that. Do it in writer's chat. Or writer's submission. Under a thread. You should definitely use our writer's chat area. Because there are a lot of writers and readers who have some, you know, interest in writing and want to give feedback where possible. Did you see YouTube age-restricted Balatro content? Nani? Really? Is it because it's like a poker game? And they're like, the gambling. Meanwhile, little kids are getting sucked into buying Pokemon packs. Which is basically another kind of gambling. I'll put it in the writer's submission. Okay, sweet. Go ahead, Epic, with your ideas. We shall try to give you as helpful critical feedback as we can. But Hoyo and Pokemon games are fine. Yeah, the double standard is real, Wooly. It is real. Yeah. Wooly, did you get around to playing the PGR story, or not yet? He's probably going to say not yet because his boss has been really unreasonable. Oh, MB, are you talking about this potential video that we might watch? Yes. I think this is one of yours. My nephews are obsessed? Oh no. Which game are they obsessed with, Shay? Is it, Pokemon? Or Hoyoverse? She's gonna be like Genshin Impact. Honkai Star Rail. My guess is Pokemon. But Pokemon Go is a bit of a problem, I think. Some of the gacha game cinematics got me. Uh-oh. Well, Wooly got me into Punishing Grey Raven, which has an interesting storyline so far. It's largely waifus, as per usual. But I found an Otome game on mobile that is also pretty disgusting in terms of monetization. It's called Tokyo Debunkers, but it is blessedly just chock full of extremely handsome young men, whereas PGR, like most gacha games, skews more in favor of the waifu, which does nothing for me. Now, I'm not gonna lie, PGR hooked me into 2 female characters because of their backstories, which is a testament to PGR, really, because usually as soon as a woman starts doing her thing on screen or in a book, I kind of am just like, oh, okay. It's a rare female character that gets me excited. Most of the characters that I get obsessed about and that I keep thinking about all the time are guy characters. So it's hard for me sometimes because, like, I understand that the games are trying to milk, you know, people's money, particularly male people, like men's money. But yeah, not yet. Okay, Wooly's holding off. Wow, Chad. PGR has one male character a year. Anyway, I guess I'll just save up for them. Like the one with the jellyfish girl and the concept of eating what is on your table. That type of story was so intriguing. Oh. You'll have to share in game chat, Epic, what mobile games you play. We won't judge, right? Like, Wooly is playing that gun girl one with the... where the girls are guns or whatever, or the girls have guns. I don't know. They're trying to make them. Uh-huh. Yeah, Leo? Okay. Yeah. Well, let's watch a video. I don't play any games on my phone except Discord. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Wooly is our probably our gotcha grandpa. Let's be real here. He's our gotcha grandpa. You're gonna get some Chieko lettuce eating ASMR. MB plays chess on his phone. Okay. Then he can tell me when one of them puts out a novel. Well, basically, PGR has a really fascinating story. Not gonna lie. I haven't played a ton of it, but what I did play is pretty interesting. Has it intrigued me to the point where I've stopped working and eating and I can only play the story? No. No, it has not. And I think part of my problem is I just don't feel as personally invested as I would be if I had my own character that I designed myself that is unique-ish to me. It doesn't have to be super unique, but like slightly unique. And then thank you, party. I just don't, yeah, it hasn't gripped me the same way emotionally. And it might have to do with the fact that I just don't really feel like any of the characters are my character. It's one step over from Final Fantasy XIV, because with Final Fantasy XIV, you have your Warrior of Light, who's his own person or her own person. Really, if you really think about it, they aren't yours. People, I know, Epic is making some weird headcanon over there in his corner, but like there is a canonical reality about your Warrior of Light, however you want to view it. And ultimately, there are certain set things about your warrior that justifies certain systems within the game. So, but because you physically designed your Warrior of Light, even though your Warrior of Light isn't necessarily 100% yours, there's enough of an illusion to make him feel or her feel that they are yours. In PGR, you are the commandant, but you are invisible. You don't know what you look like. There's nothing there. And literally it almost I almost never play as myself in the game. Chieko is very close to how I look in the game if I was like a cute person, which I'm not, by the way. I'm a potato. But like, how can I say it? I guess like PGR just doesn't have that level of like personal injection. Same thing with like Eve Echoes, which I also enjoyed, but I could never feel obsessed about. I didn't go to bed thinking about it and excited to play it next. Hubby is back? Okay, take care. Yeah, but what if I get to it, Wooly, and the hook still doesn't get me? Do you know what game is actually depressing? ZZZ? Or ZZZ? Oh, is it? Zenless Zone Zero? I like the one song from Zenless Zone Zero. I install Hearthstone when I know I'm going to be sitting somewhere away from home for a long time. Otherwise, don't play on my phone. Oh, okay. Hearthstone. All right. That's a card game, right? Yeah, I'll get there one day, Wooly. One day. Maybe before you know it. Wow. The lies that are coming out of Party's mouth right now. Where is Diane Game? Where is he? He got to smack her. Party never plays mobile games. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 Party loves her merge games. But there's this one game called Magic Cabin. And let me tell you, chat, okay? Let's just say I am glad I'm not on her server. Because then I would never ever get a frame during any event. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. I will have to call Emmy. I gotta organize my life, chat. This will be the week I will get my life in order. I'll get my life in order soon. I play before bed, actually. Yeah? Mm-hmm. I mean, sure, unless there's an event, right? Running frontlines on my character in FF14 right now? Oh. Good luck, Miro. I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to play this video. I know. MB has probably been on tenterhooks. He wants to know about Goodreads apparently hate white men. So Goodreads hates white men and they need to stop. Now, has anyone here actually ever used or heard of Goodreads? Before we get into this video, let's form our own opinions here before we start just believing what this person is saying here. Does anyone here actually use Goodreads or visited Goodreads in the past? Characters. Well, that's a you problem, Miro. That's a you problem. You did it to yourself. No one put a gun to your head, Miro, and told you to have more than one character. But good luck. Have fun out there. I've heard of Goodreads. I use it mostly for catharsis, reading 1-star reviews of books I dislike. That's a good one in Racken. No, I use it, says Leo. Isn't that like Yelp for books? I attempted to use them. I've seen a website but never been able to interact with it. I've read reviews sometimes from Goodreads. But the comment reviews of Goodreads seem okay, but I don't use it regularly. Okay, so everyone's used to Goodreads. I actually have an account. I don't use it every day or even every month, but I have used it to collate book lists. And Goodreads actually is a great resource if you have a young friend. Let's say you know someone who's in grade 2 and you want to know what are some classical books that grade 2, what picture books should grade 2 kids be reading. Goodreads has really fantastic lists for students and young people. So it's a great resource if you know how to use it well. But did you know that Goodreads has their own version of a book reader's choice kind of award? Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Some of you maybe are thinking, well, awards don't matter. Wrong. Awards do matter. I think just because an award isn't doing what you want it to do, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be... Like, awards have a place. They have a time and a place. And just because an award can be corrupt, or just because a Reader's Choice Award can get skewed, or just because people are stupid, doesn't mean that the concept of an award shouldn't exist. However, we got a problem here. According to this young lady, her title says, Goodreads White Man Hate Needs to Stop. So she's a young lady. I'm guessing from where she's situated, she's in some kind of a classroom, it looks like. So we're going to find out what this young woman, potentially teacher, is thinking about Goodreads. And we're going to find out whether she's, like, how crazy is she, stuff like that. I use Goodreads all the time. Goodreads probably doesn't hate guys. They're just a progressive book website focusing on marginalized communities. Also, they're owned by Amazon. Yeah, awards start conversations and make people aware of books. I agree, Leo. I think awards have a time and a place, and there's not... I don't like this knee-jerk reaction. It's kind of like the fox with the grapes. If anyone knows that Aesop's fable with the fox with the grapes, it's like, oh, I can't get the grapes. Well, the grapes were shit anyway. And that's the kind of the thing. Because you see, when something wins your game of the year, if people like what wins, what has won game of the year, like Elden Ring, they're like, oh yeah, it won, it got game of the year, yes. But then when game of the year chooses a game that people don't agree with, instantly it's completely worthless award. But it's worthful when it wins what they want. So anyway, so people sometimes, I think, get weird when it comes to awards. And they try to pretend that awards don't matter. But that's a lie, because awards do matter, whether we like it or not. And today we're going to find out what this lady thinks. Now, I'm going to be very clear with everyone. I have never paid attention to Goodreads Reader's Choice Awards. I'm going to be frank. It's just not really that important to me. But let's take a look here. Goodreads. Yeah. Oh my good giddy aunt. Can I use Goodreads Choice Awards 2024? I got to be kind of careful with this, so we're going to see if this will do anything weird. Okay, so far, no. So let's drag it over here. So for fiction, we have The Wedding People. For historical fiction, we have The Woman. Mystery and thriller, The God of the Woods. And romance, Funny Story. And romantasy. Oh my gosh. Is chat surprised? I should hope chat isn't surprised. Sarah J. Maas's House of Flame and Shadow. And then we have fantasy, Somewhere Beyond the Sea. Sci-fi, The Ministry of Time. Horror, Stephen King's You Like It Darker. Debut novel, How to End a Love Story. We got an audiobook, Funny Story. Young adult fantasy, Ruthless Vows. Young adult fiction, Heartstopper. Nonfiction, The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. And Kelly Bishop, The Third Gilmore Girl, which is a memoir. And history and biography is The Bookshop A History of the American Bookstore. um 2024 game of the year was weird. Everyone said Wukong should have won because it sold the most. Tribalism and downplaying a loss. Loss, yeah. Also, an award gives some money to the winner and sometimes nominees, which writers very much need. Yeah. By that metric, Candy Crush should win all gaming awards since they also sell the most. I mean, 2024 Game of the Year should have gone to us gamers for being played like fiddles by corporate cokeheads. Is this award for best or worst books? Now, look, I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm sure some of these books are well written. Okay? Like, I'm sure most of these books are pretty well written. Probably. But if you look carefully here, this is a woman, female writer, female writer, female writer, female writer, female writer, TJ Klune, maybe male. This one here is Callie and Brad. Looks like a female writer. Male writer, Stephen King, but we all know about Stephen King. Yulin Kwang. Now, difficult to say offhand, but I'm going to go on a limb here and say it's a female writer. But because I am cautious about making judgment calls, I'm going to just look female. Yep. Yulin Kwan. Wow. I shouldn't. Okay. Anyway, Rebecca Ross, female writer. This is a female writer writing about two high school boys in love with each other. So take that as you will. Male writer, female writer, male writer. So for sure, we have 3 male writers, maybe 4. And then we have a whole bunch of female writers and stuff like that. However, does this mean that Goodreads hates men? So we're going to find out. I'm curious to see if she has examples, if she has details, if she has support for what she's saying. So far from the Reader's Choice, we have 4 out of, if we're talking about top, we have 4 out of however many got, we're winning. But let's see what she, a lot of female raiders. Hello, Jaquette. I don't know if I've seen you around, but welcome in. We're trying to understand if Goodreads actually hates white men. What's going on? We don't know. We looked at the Reader's Choice. It did seem to be in favor of female writing. But on the other hand, as we all know, there is a general, shall we say, consumer share for women. It feels like it anyway, right? That's how we're made to feel about the traditional publishing industry with writing, is this idea that it feels like there's a lot of women being represented, but male interest doesn't seem to be as represented evenly across the board. Only in certain areas are they highly represented. So let's see what if she has any proof. Let's see how she's communicating, and then let's just check this out.
But if in the year 2024 you are one of those people who like to blame problems on the white man, that you are cringe, you are outdated, you are old, and you need to grow up at the same time. Hey everyone, welcome back. So today I'm going to be sitting my notes on top of my copy of Laptop from Hell, as well as my copy of the Florida Firearms Manual. So over the past few years, I've noticed a lot of videos being made every year about the Goodreads Choice Awards and its diversity slash white man problem. And I just think this is just as silly as when people make entire videos criticizing the Goodreads Choice Awards for being a popularity contest. Like, yeah, that's what a choice award is. If you want to be disappointed by a literary award in a different way, I would recommend looking into and following the Booker Prize because those judges can never seem to pick the right book. What made me decide to do a video on this is because I saw a thread on X about it, and it discussed the first round of nominees and how disproportionate the representation was. And there are actually a couple of groups that are overrepresented in the Goodreads Choice Awards every year, but white males are never one of them. So that X post covered the preliminary round, so I'm going to be talking more about the finalists. I did most of the categories, but not all of them because a bunch of them have overlapping authors and books. But as for the categories I want to discuss with you, there are 80 total authors. White males nominated. Let's go through it. In the fiction category, 0. Historical fiction, 0. Mystery and thriller, 2. Romance, 0. Romantasy, 0. Fantasy, 4. Science fiction, 5. Horror, 5. So out of those 80 authors, 16 of them are white men. White men make up 31% of the population, but only 20% of the Goodreads Choice Awards finalists. Also, 5 of those 16 men are gay, which is another type of desirable minority in the publishing industry. So technically, if we eliminate them, only 13.75% of the finalists are straight white men. Very
Okay. So she showed some screenshots, and we looked for ourselves. We can see that there is a definite bias towards female voices. Is it entirely the industry's fault, though? Like, do we want to force men to write romance? Like, what if guys just don't want to write romance? Like, I don't know. I just, like... like, I always assumed that some things guys wouldn't want to be interested in and girls wouldn't want to be interested in. So for me, it's like, do I want to force... like, do we want to force guys into feeling like they have to support... I don't know. How can I say this? If we looked... Oh, man, I I deleted it. I deleted it. No. Good readers. Okay. Thank you, Google, for saving this. Let's open this again. If you guys noticed, the guys were best represented potentially in fantasy. I'll look up TJ Klune so we can clear this up. Yes, TJ Klune looks like a bro. Wait a minute. Hold your horses here, folks. Hold your horses. Somewhere beyond the sea. I'm just going into Amazon to see where this is sold under, like what thing this is sold under. Okay, contemporary fantasy. Just looking, I'm trying to find the like the tags that it's sold under. Okay, so it's under contemporary fantasy, humorous fantasy, and gay literature and fiction. Okay, so this guy, TJ Klune, he's an LGBT representative. Yeah, so there's that. So he's there. Of course, we have Stephen King, who's a lefty. We have Jonathan Haidt and Evan Frizz. So if we look at this, we have actually, in terms of nonfiction, guys are dominating. If we are talking about fiction, there's a strong female voice, but in terms of nonfiction, the guys actually have quite a representation, which I think points to male interest, would it not? uh, what fresh teenage mouth runner did I come back to? We're trying to figure out. Okay, so she began her video with this weird flex of having a gun ownership manual. Now, I'm not actually against people owning a gun. Like, if you want to go out and learn how to shoot a firearm or whatever, like, be my guest. I don't care. She then suggested that out of 80, shortlisted writers, only like 16 or so were guys. And out of that 16 or so, or whatever, 20 or whatever amount it was, out of that short, small amount, only a handful were straight white males. So, sure, I think we can all say, yeah, all right, the industry surrounding books is skewed heavily in female interest. But if we looked at the reader's choice for nonfiction, it's definitely run by bros. So are we seeing complete silencing, or is this simply an outflow of interest for the guys? I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. Maybe she has more supports for her take here. Okay, let's see if she's completely crazy. Let's see what's going on here.
Underrepresented. So you could definitely say that white women, on the other hand, are overrepresented, especially liberal ones, which are virtually all authors, male or female. So we are definitely lacking some intellectual, political diversity, especially considering Trump won the popular vote in November. And I would guess that of these finalists, maybe only one or two of them voted for Trump, because I had to research all these books. I read a couple of them, and none of these authors strike me as conservatives. In fact, a lot of them are extremists, but on the left side. A significant.
But okay, I don't want to shit on her, because she is probably correct insofar as saying a lot of writers, like a lot of actors and a lot of musicians, are left-leaning people. That's fact, right? But hasn't that always been kind of the way historically? Like, generally speaking, artistic people have always been a bit more progressive and kind of like loosey-goosey. It's just that the publishing industry maybe is a little bit more malicious in shutting out specific voices that they don't want to finance. But isn't it also the conservative people's fault for taking it lying down and letting it happen and progress? Like, part of me is like, oh yeah, boo, left people, boo, oh. But then part of me is like, what about the conservative people? Maybe they should get off their asses and make their own stuff. And they do, by the way, they do. There are Christian bookstores and Christian things out there, let's say. But what about like secular conservatives? Where do they go? What are they consuming? What are they creating? So once again, like, you have religious fringe groups doing their own subculture, but how much of this problem was actually caused by, like, exacerbated by people just laying back and letting, like, a whole bunch of particular political leaning just take over a whole industry? Okay, I'm going to stop here and look at chat. Is she complaining about a 10% discrepancy? Total non-issue. Also, discrediting gay men is showing her bias. Well, I mean, she's a conservative. I don't know how you couldn't, wouldn't it be stupid, Royal, if you had a lefty complaining about lefties not being represented, right? The whole point is that she wants a conservative voice to be represented. That's why she's focusing on straight white males, right? She just made a comment that the industry is more left leaning, which from the time I spent looking for an agent, literary agent, I did feel that way. I did feel not welcome. I definitely felt, and in university, I was not welcome. I could not be honest about what I believed in, and I'm actually very centrist. I did not feel welcome. I felt silenced, and I was silenced. So for you to discredit her entirely is really unfair, because I understand what it feels like to be silenced. And I know what it feels like to be silenced as a centrist, or what I would call a moderate conservative. And if she is representing a conservative, then that's even worse, probably, for them. But part of me also wonders, did the conservatives let themselves get there? That sounds like DEI, not to be funny. We got to get white males into the romance industry. That would be hilarious, epic. It would just be wild. I doubt men and women even agree on what romance is. Absolutely, Willie. It's totally different. We need the right ratio of white males in the romantic genre. Yeah. Do they have to write romance if they want to compete and sell right now, though? Not necessarily, but it is one of the major sellers. Crime fiction sells well, yes. Does crime sell if you're not one of the three named, though? There is also assuming authors are the gender their name evokes. Yeah, I mean, we have someone who wants to write under different names, and I actually like to write under gender neutral names. They usually find an audience. What does Trump have to do with reading? I think what she's trying to... I'm going to try to break down. I think she's communicating this a little. She says she has a script. I'm worried. I think the point what she's trying to say is a large portion of this country voted for Trump. Therefore, they uphold a certain political viewpoint which is not adequately represented in the Reader's Choice Awards. Now, there's a few issues with this. I don't want to put this in her mouth entirely, but this is how I'm reading what she just said. First off, I think there was a whole bunch of people who voted for Trump who are not actually really conservative. They're just like in the center and they had no choice. So this is therefore not true. But this is probably true. I do think a lot of the literary world is skewed politically one way. And for anyone to tell me that isn't true, they need to pretend to be me for a little bit and try to get a literary agent with my personal viewpoints. And see how that goes for you. Make sure you drink the drink I made. I just sipped it. That if you heard, artists are libs. Why is Trump coming up in a BookTube video? I think it's because she voted. She voted. So Chieko, you asked if any of us felt like everything is charged. Yes, I do. Yes, I do feel that way. If any of us felt like everything is charged. Yes, I do feel that way. Yeah. Are artists liberal? They might be liberal, but most certainly very few are leftist. Cultural institutions are controlled by the left. They are not more creative, more artistic. They're more exclusionary. Is she in a classroom or school library? I don't know. Chieko isn't centrist. She's alt-right. Trump is pretty liberal socially. They only write about how round Booba is. Very romantic. Way more Democrats read too. Lots of conservatives don't value it enough. That's how liberals got a hold of the arts. See, that's where, yeah. Okay, here's the question. Here's the question arm. Can you name me, without looking, without Googling, can you name me a conservative book review award? Without Googling, from a major website that you know. Without Googling. Because I don't. I honestly don't. Hand on my heart, I don't. Largely because I don't actually choose to like pursue one thing or another. But is there a website of equal societal and cultural impact as Goodreads that skews in a conservative favor? I'm waiting for Royal to answer. Because that's the problem. But once again, I agree with Shay. I don't know if it's entirely, air quote, the woke people or the leftist fault. I agree with Shay that I think conservatives kind of retreated and went to the fringes, and maybe that's why they don't feel represented anymore. But so far, we've only seen a few screenshots. We haven't seen any actual proof. And I think some of her logic is off. I think this is lacking nuance. I'm waiting for Royal to tell me that there is an equally powerful and culturally weighty website as Goodreads that everyone knows, that is conservative and has Reader's Choice Awards that are actually discussed and considered. I disagree that right wing retreated. They've been banned from the industry. I think they retreated first. Nuance is overrated. Rigor is where it's at. I just think I just don't know if, like, if we look at the where is it? If we look at the choices again here, like what other, okay, so I guess fiction could be written by a bro. Historical fiction could be written by a bro. Mystery and thriller. Fantasy, sci-fi, and horror. Debut novel could be written by a bro. Maybe young adult fantasy and young adult fiction. Like, a lot of these could be written by bros. Okay, what if we went back to 2011? What did things look like in 2011? Okay. Haruki Murakami, Veronica Roth, Janet Ivanovich. Oh, wow. Okay. Paula McLean, George R. R. Martin, Karen Marie Moning, Stephen King, Melissa Marr, J.R. Ward, Tina Fey, Alexandra Robbins, Steve Jobs, Matthew Loughlin, Gwyneth Paltrow, Connor Grennan, Gail Foreman, whoa, Rick Riordan, Al Yankovic, Billy Collins, Cassandra Clare. Is it just me, or was 2011 much better? This feels way more. This This looks way more like a broad. It has more categories. This is actually solid. This is a solid list. 2012. J.K. Rowling. Oh no. Okay, let's see. Stephen King, Terry Pratchett, 50 Shades Freed. Yeah. This feels way, way more like spread out. Had to search for it. Yeah, see? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Royal. You had to actually look. I wouldn't know. That's the point. I don't think conservatives have a large voice in the industry. They certainly don't have any cultural impact. Let's see. Chieco's pulling an Asmongold. Rip Royal. Joking. Basically not allowed into the industry if you're a young right-wing writer. If you're openly right-wing, yeah, you probably would struggle. My question would be, why would you want to label yourself as any wing writer if you don't want to be exclusive? That is a good question, Epic. Why would you want to come out as being one thing or another? Why? That's a very good question. I think that would be very silly, wouldn't it? That would be very unfortunate. If someone literally defined their creative abilities solely through the exclusive lens of, let's say, a religion, a skin color, or your political leaning. Yeah. Yeah. If you want more money and you want to, get that dough rolling in, putting any political label on yourself would be a mistake. And yet, for some reason, we have a lot of authors out there and actors and voice actors and musicians and other people who seem to be running around making certain statements all the time, one way or the other, for left-wing or right-wing, right-wing reasons. And it's just like, what are you doing, bros? Like, can we just consume your media and just leave it alone? Rachel Zegler. Yeah, Snow White. What does right-wing mean outside of an internal national perspective? It is tough because one country can't talk to another country about it, Wooly, right? So you would assume maybe there's a right-wing or left-wing problem in America. It shouldn't spill out to another country. And yet we have people going after Japanese, stuff because, the Japanese aren't doing the thing that they think is right. There are 2 entire aisles in my local library devoted to authors of certain skin color, and all of their book skin profiles mention it. Is that a joke? I hope that's a joke. That is how I see people labeling themselves for no reason. Kids throwing up gang signs, thinking it's going to be fun and thinking they'll get to make cool friends without realizing people react to those signs and will remember. That's how I see people labeling themselves for no reason. Yeah, and I think this is why it's a mistake, right? It's a mistake for anyone to be flaunting their stuff to such a large degree that it affects their creativity and even the authenticity of what they create. If you're so fussed about your message, unless you're writing an allegory, obviously, then, you're out there to make a point, right? But setting aside those kinds of informational or persuasive pieces of writing or allegorical writing, if you are how can I say this? If you are not careful if you're not careful, I think some people who become so motivated ideologically end up sacrificing the authenticity of what they could create because they're so worried about making a point. But to go back to Royal's statement, he had to look online for a specific website that was funded by the Heritage Foundation. And I bet if you went out into your average Joe Blow on the street and said, hey, do you know about Goodreads versus, hey, do you know about Encounter Book Publishing? We all know that Goodreads has a larger name and matters more than whatever Heritage Foundation is doing. And although I believe Epic is correct that people should be trying to make their creativity and their art open to everyone, and that nobody should be locking themselves into a wing, into a box, a political box. Unfortunately, I do believe the industry is dominated by a group of people who were trained and told to actively seek out and weed out any potential problematic people. So I don't think that necessarily that it's great. And I don't think many authors set out to be douchebags, but I think the industry is that there is a segment of the industry that is politically motivated, and they are also present in universities. Also, hiding your political and religious views within your art form can be an exercise in creativity. A lot of great old Hollywood directors and writers did that and made masterpieces. Absolutely. You can never have your writing be entirely devoid of what you believe in. That I do believe is true. But if your stuff is so politically motivated as to be so obvious, I think maybe, well, I mean, that might be what you want to do, and you should have the right to do it. But the problem is when the people who are deciding who gets to be marketed, when the people who are deciding what gets to be sold to a certain degree in a traditional way, when people within the industry get to decide who is going to be put in the limelight and who is going to be ignored and thrown into the slush pile, it becomes more important to ensure that those people who are making those decisions are as politically unbiased as possible. And maybe it's simply impossible. Maybe it is impossible for a publishing house to be politically unbiased, or for a Reader's Choice Award group to be politically unbiased. Maybe they'll always be politically biased and not represent some things equally. I don't know. Makes them ninjas, Wooly. FromSoft hide Eastern theology and philosophy under a Western aesthetic. Does that make them right-wing, left-wing, or subversive? Well, that's one of the reasons why I think we got to be careful when we talk about other people's cultures, Wooly. We shouldn't try to force people who don't live in North America to fit into the boxes that are important to North Americans. And that's why I actually don't like when people go after non-North American creatives and try to corral them or scold them for being incorrect or politically incorrect, because the world doesn't have to live by the standards of an American or even a Canadian or European. They can have their own milieu and do their own thing. And that doesn't make them right wing, left wing, or anything. Although within their culture, they probably have their own definitions that we could educate ourselves on. Is it intentional or just the natural coming forward of their inherent assumptions in their art? I think it can be both, and some of those book jacket profiles even tell you to move on and put the book down if you're not that skin color. What? It's not a joke? Oh my. Oh. Wow. Okay. That's sad. uh Checo, there's always someone deciding what gets to market. In order to get into the limelight, you need permission from the person who owns the light. That is absolutely true. I guess in the reader's choice, do you remember it goes back to, do awards matter? And since I fundamentally think awards represent something, for me, it's important that I know that the awards are being held by people who are doing their best to overcome their natural biases, regardless of where they come from or what they are personally representing. Of course, that's idealistic AF, right? Like, that's not going to happen. But it would be nice if we could rely on readers' choices to actually represent readers' choices. But I will say this, the Goodreads thing is a little iffy to me. I'm not going to lie, because with Goodreads, what if a majority of the people who are the readers and making these readers' choices are in fact women who are interested in these specific books, and this was all fairly voted on? In which case, this young lady here is just complaining about her fellow country people. So yeah, like it's not an easy. I guess maybe what she's arguing is that maybe the people who were chosen in order to be voted on, so like when they chose who would be voted on, and so there was a limitation to how much you could vote on, and she feels that those choices were impacted by political interests, DEI interests. And maybe it was. I will 100% agree with you if you were to say you cannot trust the authentic current system. At the end of the day, we as individuals aren't the judges of anything except our own purchases. Yeah, I just wonder if they shortlisted the 80 authors, so then a whole bunch of people went and voted on those 80 authors, and we are seeing the actual interests of people on Goodreads, which is probably already a left-leaning website to begin with. So then, of course, it's not going to necessarily have the same kinds of books that some other less known website like what is it that Wooly I'm going back up to what Royal said. Encounter Book Publishing. What is that even? Has anyone even heard of Encounter Book Publishing? Encounter Book Publishing. Has anyone here ever heard of Encounter Books? This isn't even, oh my goodness. This is like, okay, so this is Encounter Books appears to be a conservative publisher. Okay, so we got here Fighting for Colorblind Meritocracy, Originalist in the Room, I don't know, Pride Cometh Before the Fall of Ukraine. Who knows? I have no idea what these are, okay? I don't read this kind of stuff, okay? But this is nowhere near on par with what Goodreads is. Goodreads is an actual community where people come together. That's just like a publisher holding an award. That's nowhere near the same. So anyway, all right, let's keep watching this young lady with whom we have some disagreements here.
Significant number of the books actually do have political commentary, as literature tends to, and all of the commentary was left leaning. Now, also overrepresented in the Choice Awards are Asians. Out of those 80 finalists, 9 of them were Asian. Asians made up 11.25% of the finalists, but in the United States were only 6% of the population. And the majority of these authors that were included were either Japanese or Korean, and these are groups known to be very well off in the United States, even more so than white people if you group all white people together. A bunch of the authors are, I think, international, but were included in the Goodreads Choice Awards, but I'm just talking about what their lives would look like in the United States, where we're talking about this white male problem is. LGBTQ plus people were also greatly overrepresented this go around. Now, while it is a choice award, there is definitely also an element of Goodreads, which is owned by Amazon, choosing which books they want to be in the preliminary round, and most of them are super popular books that you have definitely heard of, but a bunch of them you probably have not heard of. I would speculate that Amazon doesn't choose just the most popular books, is because 49.5% of authors in the United States are male, but men of any skin color are greatly underrepresented besides Asian men in the Goodreads Choice Awards. Since 2010, the number of white authors has dropped down 7.48% down to 75% of authors. And you have to keep in mind that this statistic also includes non-straight people as well as Jewish authors, who are both overrepresented, sought-out minorities in the publishing industry. So imagine being a white man in this situation, right? Like, of course, they don't read nearly as much as women. And why would they when they are excluded from everything mainstream about the traditional publishing industry? And not only are they shut out, but it seems like every single literary fiction book that I pick up is about hating them. So many books are about hating white men. And that's how you get published, though. You write white hating books for white self-hating liberals to read. So I don't blame Monica Kim, who was nominated as a finalist, for pretending that Asian fetishization is a white Republican problem. And it's like such a weak argument to base your book around, and it does not stand up to reality at all, but it got her debut novel published, so good for her. Congratulations on the nomination. But it raises the question for me, why is there such a big push for diversity? You would think that in
Okay. Okay. There's so much to unpack here. First off, we may see more Asian voices coming up because, number one, we might be seeing more and more, how can I say this, the new Asian generations who are no longer restricted by that more traditional view on what counts as solid work. And we might be able to see a new generation of Asian creatives coming out, which I'm actually looking forward to that, because I'm not like, I don't care who's writing my book as long as they're a good writer. White people being less represented, once again, this might be an issue with Goodreads just because of the more specific audience that's present on Goodreads, possibly. Definitely, we already know from the, once again, just in case people are like, oh, this is so here we wait one second. Just trying to dig it out so that I don't Just trying to find it. Does anyone remember that one? Where is it? I'm trying to find it. There was like a wish list website, a literary agent's wish list. Trying to find it. Wait 1 second. I'm gonna go over here. It was for Fox News promoting a book. So if Goodreads is a community, she's just complaining about having the least popular interest and losing what would have been a democratic process, at least a representative one. I think this girl is young and just got into Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk and whoever else is doing North American conservative thing. Possibly. All of my male white friends are book sandworms. I feel such a deep disconnect when people talk about people not reading. Would it have killed her to have an example for what she's claiming? Yeah. I know very little about Goodreads. So if she brought up examples, yes. Most white guys I know read books. They just read mostly dead authors. Why is there a push for a diversity minute later? Why isn't there diversity for cis straight white men? Yeah, she's complaining about a specific diversity, Royal. She's complaining that white straight men are not as represented as other people are. That's for sure. I would have been more amenable to her claims if she had specific books that crapped on white dudes. Now, there are many things that she's claiming that I think would require more research, okay? However, I will say this. I was in a classroom on multiple occasions where a student shit on white men and no one said anything. Multiple times. In university. I'm not joking. And I remember this one time, I had a prof who was a person of color from Jamaica. She was a really lovely lady, incredibly intelligent. She was working on her second PhD. And she asked us what we were reading these past couple weeks. And it was a Gothic literature class. So I thought she'd be interested in hearing what Gothic literature I decided to try out before I went, to this class. So guess what I did, chat? I committed the crime of admitting that I was reading some H.P. Lovecraft. And they, them, no, wait a minute. No, it was a he, him person who was not born a he, him, but now wanted to be known as a he, him, promptly told me that this, that, and the other, and raved about dead white European males, and literally used the term dwem in class, fourth year literature. And my Jamaican professor turned to me and said, "Oh, Chieko," not Chieko, obviously she knew my real name. She was like, "Oh, Chieko, that sounds really interesting. Do you have any thoughts on that?" I said, "Well, he's obviously racist. He's obviously got some issues, but I found his obsession with the dark side of things to be very fascinating. It made me wonder if there was a biological reason for why he was seeing what he was seeing, given, his life and stuff." She said, "Yes, indeed. Many of these men were on the fringes of society and were not very empowered themselves, and they often would use their writing as an outlet to talk about the corrupt systems of the Victorian era. And I was pleasantly surprised by the fact that my professor actually spoke up and talked about H.P. Lovecraft struggling with poverty because no other professor did that. And this very unpleasant individual, for the rest of that school year, continued in that vein. If there was a chance to take a pot shot at a classical author, they would. And they weren't the only ones. There were others who were scared and were probably parroting. And there was a Linda Saussure clone who had her hair up in a half hijab because her hair was still showing. So it was like a loose head covering. And she had a lot to say about imperialism, blah, 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 post-colonial, blah, blah. We started reading Oliver Twist. And yeah, let's just say that I definitely have seen firsthand a complete dismissal of white male authors. Firsthand, systemic, continual. I was so angry because I understand not being happy about how some guys would get away with shit, but this wasn't like one kooky person and no one was speaking up about it. Everyone just went with it. Now, probably half of the people in that classroom didn't really fully understand or even believe what was going on because they're students, right? They don't know. They're just parroting stuff. But there were so many professors who said nothing and who actually perpetuated this. So, although I disagree with this young lady on a few things, more than a few things, I actually have to agree with her about the fact that when it comes to male authors in the publishing space right now, I heard people going after Stephen King. Stephen King, with his political brown nosing on the internet, cannot save himself from getting dragged over the coals. And also another person that we can remember, RIP, was Andrzej Sapkowski, who's not even from North America. He's like an Eastern European person. And how did the Netflix writers treat him? Did they treat him with respect behind the scenes? Did they go, oh, well, his writing, it's not our cup of tea. It's low fantasy. It is what it is. No. We know now how those Netflix writers shat on Andrzej Sapkowski. So I do think there's a disrespect for white male writers. I just don't know if that's the problem with the Goodreads thing. Like, I don't know if the Goodreads Reader's Choice is as big as a problem as she's making it out to be. It's Goodreads. I think Goodreads is kind of important. It is a place that a lot of people go to. A lot of people who use a Kindle will have their Kindle linked directly to their Goodreads. So, to an extent, Goodreads is kind of important. And I think we should give the Reader's Choice Awards the weight it deserves as an award. And because it's an award, we should consider how are these short lists created and who is determining these short lists and why are some people being left out potentially and not other people. And you might be thinking, well, Chieko, your story about university sounds pretty terrible. Sounds terrible. But that's maybe your university, right? No, no, no. This is a Canadian university problem. You look at any degree in university, find the syllabus and read. Find the syllabus and read. Yeah. I mean, I read some new books and there isn't blatant male hate or exclusion like what Hollywood does with its blockbusters. I don't know what book she's reading. Yeah, maybe she's reading some weird stuff that she's just cherry picking. This could be an issue of cherry picking. Let's be real. But just to be clear, I do think that man hating is an issue for sure. Particularly if it's a more straight white male who's more conservative. Absolutely. Now, of course, it's okay to kind of hate Lovecraft because he was racist. He was racist AF. He had issues. Someone need to go and slap him. On the other hand, as my professor pointed out, he was literally mental. I mean, he had problems. In university, you're inside a bubble where that's encouraged. Yes. The terrible part, Leo, is that some of the people are taking it out to their work. Proof for shitting on white men. Pick any random media product from the past 25. We're talking books, though? Yeah. Books, I don't know. Yeah, going off on Oliver Twist's party, it was wild. Racism is to moderns the unforgivable sin. Yeah. Since we're talking about personal experience, says Epic, I grew up in the hood, in places you would call the streets, in places where white people were minorities. I can't relate to those rants you mentioned. Yeah. Once again, like, for example, when I lived in China, there was like a national supremacy going on. But it was not like what I saw in university. Meanwhile, me in Christian college with secular kids being forced to go there, getting schooled in actual factual, sensible debates with the profs. Yeah. I think the term would HPL was neurodiverse. Yeah. Also, he wasn't eating properly. He was probably dipping into the spirit world. He was probably loony. And he was racist and he was bitter. He was bitter and he was angry because his life wasn't going well. He should have done a side hustle. He should have done a side hustle and stopped bitching and moaning, frankly. Like, if I had been his sister, I'd have been like, you're going to go to work and you're going to like it. And you're going to feed yourself properly instead of trying to do what you want and like becoming an asshole in the process. Lovecraft he needed good family in his life. And yeah. He really did say some wild shit. Yeah, he was wild. Yeah. He needs some milk. Yeah. While attending class, I saw a professor in Canada disregard a white student's viewpoint on the charge of being white. I can't take people who deny this seriously. He needed to wet his noodle. That usually solves it for guys. He was apparently married, but it just wasn't, he was messed up. Just feel like white schools were having some moral war going on my behalf without letting me know about it. Epic, that's what's really terrible is like, how can I say this? A lot of the people who were people of color were not in the literature department. They were doing the good work, going to medical school, engineering, business, right? Most, like, in terms of literature, the person of color that I noticed that stood out was the Linda Sarsour clone. That was it. Almost everyone else were white. It was wild. The him who went off about Dwem was also white. HPL was a poor, lonely, crazy, blaming outsiders? Yes. And random swaths of people? Yes. In order to delegate control of his own life? Absolutely. He needed to have someone royal come in there and be like, you're going to go to work at a convenience store like Woolly, and you're going to eat properly, and you're going to have to live with the fact that you will need to write as a hobby. I think HPL wanted just to write, and he couldn't support himself on it, and then he got bitter. Imagine like getting so twisted about shit like that. Like he needed someone to, you know what? He needed party. That's what he needed. He needed party sober in his life to go over there and like drag him out by the hair and make him get a real job. What is dead? Dwem? Dwem is dead white European male. Maybe we're about to see a landslide of Lovecraft-esque authors hit the industry. It was a communication class. Get out of here, you filthy animal. Yeah. Once again, like, no one here, no one, including myself, would ever sit there and be like, oh, you know, we'll hand wave away what Lovecraft did. I was literally just sharing. I wasn't saying, oh, Lovecraft is amazing and is like, you know, la 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 la. Like, I wasn't whitewashing Lovecraft. I literally just said I wrote a short story. And it was like the gates of hell yawned open. And I thought for a while, well, you know, it's this one kooky individual. How bad can it be? No, it just, anyway. So I think this young lady, she needs more proof. So far, we've only had really one picture of some Asian lady's thing. The eyes are the best part. Okay, let's look up this book. We're going to check her facts here because the eyes are the best part. Okay. We are actually going to go into Goodreads. Okay. Crying in H Mart meets My Sister the Serial Killer in this feminist psychological horror about the making of a female serial killer from a Korean American perspective. Jiwon's life tumbles into disarray in the wake of her appa's extramarital affair and subsequent departure. Her mother distraught, her younger sister hurt and confused, her college freshman grades failing, her dreams horrifying yet enticing. In them, Jiwon walks through bloody rooms full of eyes, succulent blue eyes, salivating blue eyes, eyes the same shape and shade as George's, who is Uma's obnoxious new boyfriend. George has already overstayed his welcome in her family's claustrophobic apartment. Blah, blah, blah. No matter how many victims accumulate around her campus or how many people she must deceive and manipulate, Jiwon's hunger and her rage deserve to be sated. A brilliantly inventive and subversive novel about a young woman unraveling. Monica Kim's The Eyes are the best part. Is a story of a family falling apart and trying to find their way back to each other, marking a bold new voice in horror that will leave readers mesmerized and craving more. My question is her descent into crazy like... Okay, so it's about a serial killer becoming unhinged, okay? And the trigger is a white man. Brandon Baker, who is an author of 3 books, said, honestly, good for her. Wow. Okay. Monica Kim's narrative slices through misogyny, racism, cultural fetishization, exoticism, and hypersexualization with surgical precision. With cannibalism. Should I be saying this on stream? Okay, there's just other things here. You can just like, you know. Okay, this person gave it a 2. She's white. She may be racist. Okay. Jiwon becomes increasingly obsessed with eating eyeballs. Yeah. My bet, if literature people were reading this, they would be saying this is the inversion of power with the male gaze literally being eaten. I know how these people would go for it. This is why she got published. This is why she got published. The reversal of the male gaze because she's eating people's eyes. So if we go back to this girl, she's actually not 100% wrong. I would have gone into it better. I would have been more detailed, and I would brought up something like this, or I would have actually like had like I would have had you know, I would have had like actual excerpts. I wish there was a more believable mental journey leading up to the main girlie being ready to eat eyeballs, but still good for her. People are literally cheering for someone to be a cannibal and eat people's eyeballs. Okay. So this writer really likes it. She really believed it. I was obsessed with the quality of Kim's horror imagery. The body horror was fantastic. I was cringing. I was exclaiming things out loud. It was perfect. It was an exciting story. It was gripping, disturbing story of feminine rage. Yeah. Yeah. Anti-male, probably. Yeah. And of course, she writes the guy probably as a complete douchebag. That's what I had every anticipation for this to be a 5-star horror and my top 10 of the year even, but I'm very sad to tell you I don't get the hype with this one. We spent 75% of the book watching the mom cry and be utterly pathetic over men. The other 25% is her daughter's reaction to it, racism, and a sprinkling of horror. It felt very heavy-handed in most of its messaging. I wanted the gore and the freaky weirdness, but it happened far too late for me to be invested in any of it. Okay, so TLDR, it does look like it's about male gaze being reversed and eaten. And that could be read by some people as being anti-male. Why are messages disappearing? What happened with Leo? What did Leo say? Yeah, yes, like Sanderson said, it's those 2-star reviews that See, I would have to read the book to know if it was good because those reviews aren't trustworthy. I get that it has a forced plot mechanic to explain the breakdown, but the payoff could be worth it. I'm not reading it though. Yeah, look, here's the deal, right? It sounds like some people enjoyed themselves. It sounded like some people didn't enjoy themselves. But it's clear that if this character is killing people and eating their eyeballs, this is obviously, every literary analyst would tell you that this is a reversal of the male gaze. So is it anti-male? Sure, that book is anti-male. And you could absolutely see why it was snapped up. It wasn't snapped up necessarily because it was good, but it could have been snapped up because it was good. It was snapped up not just because it was good, let's say. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt and say it's a fantastically written story. But it was probably also snapped up because of its messaging, which is very specifically oriented. A pedestrian George Bataille, basically. Possibly. Remember to change your chat to live from top. Yep, mine is in live. Honestly, Slay. Yeah, those eyes are drooling at me, so I'm going to drool over them. Yeah. Basically an Asian NK gem. But once again, I could see how that could be read absolutely as like revenge of the, you know, taking revenge against male gaze. Absolutely. You could absolutely read it into the imagery of her eating eyeballs. But does that mean every single reader's choice was not a result of people voting? Because in the end, that book was not in the top, right? So yes, it was shortlisted by Amazon or whoever's in charge of Goodreads, but it didn't win for obvious reasons that probably not as many people liked it. So once again, I agree that maybe the shortlist was skewed, but clearly the final choices were made by readers ultimately. But were the readers really given a true choice if they had a limited amount to choose from? I don't know.
In theory, the publishing industry would want to represent different experiences and learn something from people who have lived through things that we haven't. And at some point, the libs decided that white men, the demographic with the highest rate of suicide, the last pick to climb the corporate ladder and live in some of the poorest communities in this country, some without internet, are somehow oppressive figures that need to be actively suppressed in every industry possible. And the thing is, skin color, even if when you do that, skin color can still only go so far in representing diversity of thought. If you look at white women authors and compare them to black women authors, they probably have the same opinion on everything. And they both write books for self-loathing white people. That's another thing. White women are so overrepresented in publishing, but they also make up the vast majority of readers in the United States. So it kind of makes sense that they would make up the most authors, but hopefully that changes soon. This is definitely a little controversial, but I think it's okay that we push for diversity, but that diversity should be proportionate to the population. But instead, what the publishing industry is doing.
But how literally do you go around? Like, are we gonna rope up Epic, put a gun to Epic's head and be like, Epic, you have been chosen to represent black men of a certain shade. And then they're like, oh, we got our quota of this color, so we got to go over here and we got to get that. Like, I don't like that either. I don't like. She should have said meritocracy. It should have been those who sell their books well, who treat the audiences with respect, who give the audiences what they want, should be celebrated, and it should be regardless of where they come from. This concept that our books and our entertainment should be representative of our population, to me, is a little bit crazy. It's a little bit crazy. So, for example, there was a struggle among Asian people to get represented, and there were two major reasons why. One was internal to their culture and one was external to their culture. For example, a lot of Asians struggled, particularly males, struggled to find any kind of an inroad in Hollywood because Asian men, and by Asian I mean Eastern Asian men, struggled to find marketability to Western audiences for one reason or another. Whereas Asian women had a bit more luck, but they still had a long road ahead of them. But what a lot of people also don't talk about is that Asian families who would, freshly arrive into the country were less likely to encourage their children to go into the entertainment industry because it was considered to be less reliable. So there was an internal factors that limited Asian engagement in the entertainment industry in certain sectors. And then there was this external factors that also caused issues for appropriate representation. But even so, as much as I love Asians, I don't think it would have been smart to hustle into people's lives and be like, oh, you have to represent. Like, that's just, you got to let some of this be organic and kind of like, you know, like there's no way you can just suddenly force a whole bunch of people to suddenly start performing so that it's appropriate to your country. Like, I just don't know if that isn't that kind of like what DEI is doing anyway. So, I don't know. Plus, don't men not read as much books? Yeah, I mean, she just made that point. Does that mean men have to write books for women more? I don't like. She's being coached by an adult that I want to call CPS. Yeah. I've enjoyed books that were psychologically heavy. She's not that young, Shay. She's studying how to handle a firearm, so I'm going to assume that she's within a certain age. You missed out on her firearm book flashing, Shay, but she's old enough to study for a firearm book to carry a gun. Legally? Can you legally carry a gun at 8 years of age? I still think it's like, what, 16? 18? I've enjoyed books that were psychologically heavy while being dead, action-wise. Dead Girls Don't Write Letters, I read back in middle school, by Gail Giles. I shall accept the burden. That's great, Epic. I'm glad that you have accepted this burden. But it's just insane. Like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't. Look, if anyone has talked to Herman, you know how frustrated Herman is. And to pretend that Herman isn't feeling shut out, I think is the height of insensitivity and cherry picking what victims you want to highlight. I do think that male writers are struggling to find traction, particularly new ones. I get that part. However, we also know, and this young lady pointed it out, that women are reading more. So it's a tough one, Jim. Like, maybe men need to roust out other men and be like, hey, you got to support us here. Get reading. Like, are we going to blame? Like, we can't say in one breath, well, we all know women are consuming more books. And then in the same breath go, and we need to ensure that men are equally represented according to the population representation in the country. What? I don't know if she's entirely thinking this. It's poorly worded. I think you could say something like, I'm concerned that some male writers are feeling shut out. And I wonder how biased the traditional publishing industry is. And these are very good questions that we can ask, and I'm sure we could get some solid research on that. You just need to go to like a wish list kind of website. I know we looked at one wish list website a while back, and everyone saw that minority voices definitely had more precedence over. Do you remember that one literary agent who was like, I don't want to see another white male protagonist? Do you remember that literary? Because we read it on that one website during a stream. So we can definitely say that there's a skewing in the industry, but is the answer to like go out into the highways and start like, because guys aren't reading as much as the girls. So then of course the girls are going to be more represented. You can carry younger if you're being supervised by a licensed adult, but I mean, yeah, I don't assume she's 12 or anything. Kiss can hunt without hunting license, just like fishing. Oh, okay. What about Florida? Do you know? Because she said she has a Florida. She's going for a Florida gun thing. I assume it's going to be like Michigan. Depending on the state, kids on food stamps can get fishing and hunting licenses to help supplement food for their families. Wow. I'm a caramel king. If they don't like it, they can fight me atop a waterfall while the audience chants. Most states, it's 21 to legally carry. Okay. Meritocracy is largely an illusion in publishing. Yeah, I suppose so. And proportional representation might unfortunately be the only solution in a nation like the US. Yeah, but are you going to literally go around and start hunting out guys to do writing for a ghost audience? I just don't the guys aren't reading it. Now, we did have a talk already about why guys aren't reading as much as girls. There might be a biological reason for it. There might be a cultural reason for it. It might be because guys have other forms of entertainment that they can get as equal enjoyment from as reading. I think we've already discussed why guys may be more absent from the reading world. Of course, I can't forget that Shay has friends who are literary sandworms. So maybe guys are ready to be reading. There's just nothing for them there. So yeah, they're not. You just have to publish them. They're not allowed to publish. Ghost audience, come on now. You're all supposed to be right wingers. That sounds a lot like modern audience to me. Ghost audience. I just don't know if guys are as ready to read. I mean, Shay says she has a bunch of friends who are ready to read. But are they anecdotal? I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's survive this. We can get through
It's
this.
just getting women and non-white people who live in the same echo chamber writing books with the same message over and over again. And BookTube is the same thing. It's just an echo chamber of angry liberal women. And I've seen so many white non-political booktubers get criticized for not performing this humiliation ritual of praising a book that hates on them because of their skin color. There was this one time that there was this new booktuber, a black male, who joined, and he was completely non-political and seemed really cool. He had some interesting taste in literature. I wish I remembered what his channel was. I haven't seen it pop up since. But I looked at the comment section of his first video, and there was this liberal woman who comments, "Finally, a booktuber that doesn't look like they grew up in a gated community." Like, girl, all you had to say was welcome to BookTube. We could have saved the liberal racism for maybe his second video. And something else that I've said 1,000 times, that left-leaning thought monopolizing the book industry is book banning. There are people out there bringing something new to the table, but they are not being sought out or published at the rate that they should be because there are so many people in the industry who are too emotionally immature to work with people they don't agree with everything on. Like, I implore you, if you get the chance to look at literary agent Twitter, you haven't seen Trump derangement syndrome the way they have it. It's degenerative and terminal. Like, one agent.
Okay. Let's go here. Let's find it. Literary agent Twitter. How do we find literary agent Twitter? Okay, let's see.
Reposted this post on X saying, "I can't even wish Trump dies because JD Vance is so disgusting." Like, what did JD Vance do that was disgusting? These people just make up stories in their head, and they're not even good ones because they're bad literary agents. You should know that if in the year 2024 you are one of those people who like to blame problems on. But yeah, so I'm really hoping that we see that there has been a shift over the past few years in this country, politically and socially, that, Trump won the popular vote. Okay, like, hating on white men and blaming them for everything is over. Calling Trump racist is over because it wasn't white men that won him this election. I really hope that there's going to be a shift in the arts as well, in how things are represented, that it's not taboo to be politically conservative, be religiously conservative, to be America first. Like, last year, I think there was a book nominated for the Goodreads Choice Awards that had it was an English language book that had just pages and pages for no creative reason. just entirely in Spanish as a political statement. And that's absurd. Like, there should at least be a good reason why you're doing that in a book. But I think it's really time that we make things more proportionate and bring in diversity of, let's say, class, of experience, of political opinion, like I said, because that's when interesting discussions are actually going to start. Not just, oh, a white woman writing a book on discovering what racism is, and then we have another book by a black woman talking about racism. It needs to be more than that. We need to mature a little bit. We need to expand our minds. And so I'd love to see if next year, with a Trump presidency, and the people have spoken, right? That is another popularity contest that Trump won the election. He won the popular vote, he won the electoral college. And so I'm hoping that we are going to see a shift in the industries, and maybe the Goodreads Choice Awards next year will more accurately reflect the consensus of opinion in this country. The Goodreads Choice Awards winners have been announced, and one white male did win, and his name is Stephen King. Thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Okay. Well, I just I feel like I could write down her transcript and just think about it a lot. I wish she had more supports. I wish she had more screenshots. I wish there were more statistics. And I wish that some parts of her stuff wasn't so contradictory, because I don't think you can, in the name of representing, I don't know, like, okay, wait a minute. So this is the literary. So I typed in literary agent into X, and so far I'm not seeing anything too crazy, right? There's let's do latest. I'm looking for fiction by BIPOC authors, especially queer, disabled. This is too much under the radar. Here's something posted on the literary agent's website. Another agent posted on X. Okay. So that's someone saying that this happened, but we don't know for sure if it happened. Mood boards, contact forms, slush pile. Just because I am a literary agent doesn't mean I can't have a personal Twitter account or opinions. Or I have no bias toward Americans. The vast majority of my clients are Americans. I write for HarperCollins in America. I do zillions of endorsements and career help for American authors. There's no bias. Okay, wait. Okay. She's a best-selling author. She's advocating writing bunny gifs. Seems like a fairly normal woman, but she is writing romance. I think women who write romances tend to be pretty, she seems to be very, very, like, unprofessional as a literary agent. Your bias towards Americans is on display. What? What did she do? Oh, now I kind of want to know. Like, what did she do though? What did Rachel do? Anyway, I'm not. Am I looking wrong? Is there like a literary curator? Okay. Like, I'm not seeing anything in the literary author. Like, am I looking people maybe? Okay, literary agent alerts. Okay, what are they looking for? Anyone here writing romantasy? Tell us about it. Okay, how many people are following this? 94 followers. Okay, nobody's. Okay. We are trying to find someone else. We're trying to find major people. Should I be going to that other left-leaning site? But I feel like if I go to the left-leaning Blue Sky place, then that would make it look like it's worse than it actually is, right? Like it would make it look like all literary agents are one way, right? Like that wouldn't be fair. Okay, so I don't know where to look. I'm out of the loop. I'm going to be honest with you, everyone. I don't stew over this. I've long decided that when I look at the literary agent wish list, I'm not able, you know, it's just not gonna, I'm not going to be able to be represented, and that's fine. It is what it is. I can self-publish, no biggie. But yeah, I definitely think, I definitely feel that maybe there's like a whole world out there that I'm completely missing because I just decided not to go for it. So, oh, okay, let's see here. Okay, so there's something called MS Manuscript Wish List. So we're going back to the manuscript wish list. And here are profiles. And you can see that some people are very, very, very kind of very specific, like this lady called Abby. But then this lady here, she's obviously more broad, but you can see that she's going for a definite BIPOC kind of more focus. LGBTQ, magical realism, LGBTQ, magical realism, memoirs. This person here, historical horror, literary. So this person here is what I would say would be like, once again, very niche. You would have to really fit in those things. Let's say you don't write that, then obviously he wouldn't help you. It doesn't matter, right? He doesn't have BIPOC LGBT here, but that doesn't mean that he's going to represent you, right? Same thing here. So, yeah. You looked up Tron agents in the past. Almost all of them had looking for minority voices on their page. Yeah. Yeah. My reading comes from that. Yeah, most bros. Stay in your lane. Thank you. I was about to say, creating media for the desired audience is working great for AAA games. Shay is almost 40. We are talking about kids. Oh, Shay, congratulations. I play a lot of RPGs, so my reading comes from that. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually great novels and stories within games, even mobile games. So guys could be enjoying that kind of stuff. It's a lie I tell myself. No, Jonathan. It still is a story. Is Goodreads like an American government-owned writing thing? She doesn't sound like she's talking about book reviews. I wish she didn't come at this from such an obvious ulterior motive. She's accusing Goodreads of having political motives while displaying her own political motives. Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. Should someone be better than the person that they're correcting? My personal belief is yes. Yes, you should actually be better than the person that you're correcting. So if you're critiquing someone for having a political bias, you really need to come at it with a kind of logical and rational foundation with a lot of support in order to really make your stance strong. If you show your own political bias, it's just then a he said, she said situation. There's no real how to say this. There's no reliable proof or foundation. It just ends up becoming a slugfest. And this is why I get really frustrated, because I do think that there is probably, how can I say this? I think that there is probably a skewing towards female interests in the industry. But I don't think it's entirely politically motivated, because I think there's a cultural and biological reasons behind why women are reading more than men. I think there are other equally interesting factors that we should consider before we start getting on a fearful hype train. I just don't like it when people are critiquing something and then they themselves are being stupid. It's one of the reasons why I struggle to sometimes enjoy certain critical people who talk about, let's say, Critical Drinker I actually like, but there, I think I was watching Disparu and I started molding because or was it Nerdrotic? They used a term about Galadriel that I thought was incredibly juvenile. And I thought, if we are supposed to be purveyors of taste and quality, then maybe you should be watching how you talk about this topic. If this topic is so important to you and is so critical, and if you see this as an important, critical position to take in a culture war, then why are you talking like you are coming out of a middle school playground? And I guess the answer is that to a large degree, it's theatrics and it's drama, and people like to do that. People like to laugh and kind of have that high school humor. I just don't know if it's always appropriate, and I wish there were voices that didn't always behave like that. It takes away the impact that their point would have otherwise made. On the other hand, I have seen people on the other side of things as well behaving like complete lunatics while telling other people to not be lunatics. So, for example, this is a really easy one. Here, I'll show you one example. This one popped up a few weeks ago. Wait 1 second. All right. I'm just preparing, guys. I'm just trying to find it here. Oh my lord, the paywall. Okay, here. Ready? Pretty terrible, right? This 12-year-old boy was charged and arrested with aggravated harassment on Wednesday after scrawling a certain kind of graffiti on the schoolyard. He drew a whole bunch of stuff. He was released to his mother, and he's expected to appear in court at a later date. Now, does this remind you of anything that happened recently? So we have coverage by CNN. I chose CNN specifically. This happened in 2019. A 12-year-old boy was charged with drawing certain symbols on a school playground. Now, I definitely think people need to inquire at home about this child. We need to find out where this child is getting this information from. And I think it's probably on the internet, but let's be real. But probably some form of investigation should be done. Now, this kid was arrested and charged, and he is expected to appear in court at a later date. Okay. Now, what if I told you that someone recently scrawled a certain symbol on a Tesla owned by a Jewish person. Okay? This is a generalized playground, but somebody decided to deface a Tesla in an anti-Elon Musk protester defaced the vehicle of a Jewish man with a certain Nazi symbol. Now, this guy was arrested, but he was then released. And so far, no charges have been brought. So I hope the point what I'm trying to make is clear here. In the video that we watched, we had a conservative person, young person, who was clearly politically biased, lashing out at what she felt was a silencing of her people group. And I feel that the weight of her argumentation was severely undercut by her own behavior and her own lack of unbias. Because her bias showed so much, it actually took away from the weight of the points that she was trying to make. Is there an investigation that could be had into the state of the publishing industry? Absolutely. And I think this kind of thing happens on the left as well. And this is a case in point. So we have a boy here in New York who was found and charged and arrested, a 12-year-old, for a hate crime. And then we have a man, a grown-ass man, who decided to draw a hate symbol on a Cybertruck as a protest against Elon. And the Cybertruck was actually owned by a Jewish person. And the charges so far have been, as far as I can dig out, were dropped. And it's very interesting here because certain people, like the New York Times, then have to talk about how, and I quote Richard A. Wilson, "Not every swastika is indicative of a hate crime. It depends on the context, the intended message, and the intended target." So when it comes to the school playground, the school could push to have this young boy arrested, right? And in this case, this Jewish man, he could decide not to press charges. Now, he is asking for the perpetrator to be charged with a hate crime. Will Michael Lewis, 42, be charged with a hate crime? We don't know. Okay. We know that this boy must have been charged with something. Probably vandalization. But yeah. Here's the deal. Vandalization with chalk, by the way. Chalk on a sidewalk in an elementary school yard. Right? Now, we can say, well, you know, maybe the school had rules about putting chalk on cement. And maybe the school was, in abundance of caution, decided to have, you know, press charges and charge this boy with some kind of a crime. Now, I don't know if it's a crime to draw chalk on sidewalk in a schoolyard. So we have to assume that this kid was actually charged for writing hate crime stuff. Now, this guy over here apparently is not going to automatically get charged with a hate crime. This boy who did something on a schoolyard playground automatically got charged with a crime. Now, I guess the point what I'm suggesting, however, is I don't actually care really about these two situations. What I do find interesting is how we have people then trying to hand wave away some of this behavior. Now, obviously, not every swastika is indicative of a hate crime, aka this 12-year-old probably, hopefully, did not write this out of genuine anti-Semitic or pro-Nazi rage. We would hope that a 12-year-old boy is not so far gone. I would, of course, make inquiries to see what's going on at home, obviously. But I guess the point what I'm trying to suggest is that the young lady that we looked at is by no means some conservative only problem. There are a lot of people who hand wave away or who are constantly failing to adequately support their own, support a logically followed through argument. They always have a double standard. There's a double standard somewhere. And I think for me, this is why I'm saying a lot of people are really, really crazy in these days and ages, because it's a situation, I think, where we have double standards, where people are like, I want rules for me, rules for thee, and not for me. I don't want DEI, but I want enforced representation. Well, that is kind of what DEI is. It's just not the representation you want enforced. And so this is where I'm saying is my issue with this young lady is the same issue that I had with New York Times. I just don't believe being unbiased is a thing. They can say someone or org is unbiased. That doesn't mean anything. I don't think any human can be completely unbiased, but I think humans should strive to be unbiased when they're put in positions of specific, let's say specific positions in society or in positions of power. I don't think humans can ever be free of bias, but I think they should at least attempt it. That would be like saying, well, I think humans are incapable of living a life free of error. And so that's somehow like some weird justification for misbehavior. I don't buy that. Just because humans struggle with bias doesn't mean that we shouldn't be encouraging each other and calling each other out when bias happens. That is a fair opinion to have. And you know what? In regards to factual statements, I don't think anyone can be truly unbiased. When it comes to practical unbiased, you can debate that. TBH, it sounds like white people trying to use their white privilege as a force of good to do petty crime on the behalf of minorities. I do know not all of the people doing this are white. I'm just going off of what I've seen in the media so far. Yeah, true. I thought you loved it when we do that. Both these cases are hate crime material. The child will not be tacked with a hate charge most likely, but the guy most likely will. These incidents aren't equal. Well, let's find out. What's his name? Michael Lewis. Has he been charged? Not yet. He's not been charged yet. But the guy wants him to be charged with a hate crime, because the hate crime thing doesn't come from the person. The hate crime comes from the larger city. Yeah. Anyway, TLDR, there's a double standard. And even if we set aside the whole situation with whether the boy was actually charged, we will never know, because it's a minority and they're protected. And it remains to be seen if Michael Lewis will be charged. So far, he has not been charged with hate crime. But once again, hate crime is not a personal thing. That's a top-down thing. Elon doesn't own these cars, though. No. But what I find interesting is that the point that I'm trying to make here is that people on different sides are going to have double standards. And this swastika is going to matter more than this one, for obvious reasons. And you will have these people who are professors who will hand wave it away. And once again, nothing may have happened to this boy, and something may in fact happen to this man. But I'm talking about how larger voices that are involved commenting on this are suddenly attempting nuance here. Which, by the way, I completely agree. I actually agree with this person. But they're doing it in context of justifying something else. That's what I'm saying, okay? I don't care about whether this kid did or did not get in trouble, or whether this man will or will not get in trouble. The point, what I'm trying to suggest, is just like the young lady we looked at today, people have a double standard. They will explain away what they want to explain away, and will often, unfortunately, undercut their own argument by disingenuous or ill-conceived logic or lack of logic, really. And this is an example. This is a specific example where we have people who are trying to literally explain away certain things because it is in their best interest to do so. Just like the young lady did today, which is unfortunate, because you can have a really good point. You can have a really good point, but at the end of the day, your attitude and your behavior and who you support and what things you say are going to ultimately determine how legitimate your claims are, unfortunately. That kid's going to get high fives all over the school when all this is done? We don't know. Royal says, I hope not. They're in quite the pickle. Well, once again, Leo, I'm not saying that people can't hate a person. If they want to hate a person, they should hate a person. But it's not great when you have pundits, just like this young lady, right? This young lady wanted to weigh in on the publishing industry / Goodreads Reader's Choice Awards. The Reader's Choice Award problem to me, I feel like she undercut her own points by once again showing her bias. And any points that she could have made were unfortunately clogged with uncertainty, lack of support. I wanted more details. I wanted to see actual screenshots of the Twitter feeds that she was reading. I I would have liked to have seen more from her in order to believe everything coming out of her mouth. At this point, I would say 25% of what she said had me thinking, yeah, sure. But at this stage, it's highly questionable. And similarly, when New York Times comes out and says not every swastika is a hate crime, I say absolutely true. Not everyone who scrawls a swastika is actually being racist, right? Is actually being anti-Semitic. However, when you're doing that in context of trying to hand wave away vandalism, of a certain specific vandalism, and then here's where the here's where the crazy thing is. The kid who got called out for the vandalism thing. It is, for lack of a better term, like, it's something that is probably good to pull that kid aside and be like, hey, you got to get a hold of yourself. But on the other hand, it is unfortunate, yeah, anyway. It's just, I feel like having that in there is just, how can I say this? The point of that professor was not wrong. The context that within which he said that was unfortunate. Yeah. Now, the swastika, by the way, the swastika in the playground happened in Queens. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Queens like a particular demographic as well? Problem with the article and the girl is the same, self-awareness. So focused on something else without being aware of their own selves and the optics they present. Yeah. By the way, that girl has another video of her experience in college, and it's kind of what happened to you, Chieko. Oh, is it? Well, once again, I am not happy with the state of literature. And nobody can come and tell me that what I didn't experience didn't happen, okay? I'm not overstating things here, guys. And I gave up certain decisions and dreams because of the situation. I thought about it carefully, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to be part of this anymore. I'm just going to leave. I didn't complain. I didn't talk about it. I didn't write a letter. I didn't go out and scratch a symbol on someone's car because I was upset with the way things are. I just realized, you know what? I'm outgunned here. It's time for me to go. And that's just how grown-ups behave. They kind of learn to let it go, and figure out what they can do next. Because at the end of the day, you running around and behaving like a complete lunatic is just ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? If you have to, like, go out there and start defacing things in order to live with your life, you probably have a lot of problems. Like, you probably, there's probably something, you probably have some issues, you know? So once again, I think it's a situation where, for me, I just walked away. I just said, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna, let's see, actually. Here. Wait 1 second. Sorry, guys. Oh, no. Here. So, this is the graduate courses that were offered in the university that I was going to take a master's program in. So the first one, Foundations in Cultural Studies and Critical Theory, not too bad, not too bad. Addressing contemporary constellations of domination, hegemony, identity, collectivity, and resistance. Okay, all right, whatever. Doctoral research seminar seems very decolonial, anti-racist, and anti-oppressive pedagogies. Sorry, guys. Teaching and learning otherwise. In this course, students will be introduced to a number of theories and approaches to decolonial, anti-racist, and/or anti-oppressive pedagogies. The course will include an opportunity to develop decolonial, anti-racist, anti-oppressive syllabi, etc., etc. This is for people who pursue careers in education. Indigenous literature of North America. Very standard, by the way, for Canada. That's normal. That's normal. Writing as resistance. Now, you guys might think, oh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, that is. Writing as resistance is basically talking about them using writing as a way to propagandize particular viewpoints on certain things. Appropriation and Canadian literature. With specific attention to the extent to which those discussions have evolved and persisted in relation to race, ability, gender, and other relations of power. Topics in South Asian literature and culture, which include diaspora, migration, etc. So this one here is I would probably take this one because this one seems like, I don't know, it sounds like it could be okay, but everything else so far is pretty horrible. Guided by critical frameworks from auto/biography studies, critical disability studies, critical health humanities, anti-colonial, critical race, and gender studies, we will consider how embodied knowledges of health, illness, and disability are mediated through prominent contemporary life writing forms such as memoirs, graphic narratives, online comics, personal essays, letters, and auto theory. Anyway, that's new. That's a new one. They did not have that the year that I was looking at it. Language and metaphor. So I would probably take this because this is generally safer. But our treatment will touch on a variety of related areas of... So language and metaphor. How difficult can this be? Nope. Interdisciplinary studies, including but not limited to cognitive theories of mind, biology, evolutionary theory, grammar, linguistics, genre theory, and visual arts. So, yeah. Problems in cultural studies. Okay. Readings and assignments will encourage students to analyze and develop connections between theory and politics in the form of art, activism, education, and social policy. Okay, this is what I would be studying if I wanted to take a master's at my hometown university, which would have been really cheap for me. Future is indigiqueer, two-spirit and trans writings from indigenous North America. Indigiqueer manifestations of erotic kinship and citizenship will be examined and understood as a way for indigenous people to reclaim bodily autonomy, refuse centuries of sexual repression and shame, and re-enliven original manifestations of relating, loving, and creating constellations of co-resistance. Now, once again, this word here, co-resistance, it's more than what you think it is. Co-resistance ends up being like people going to a certain street in my old town and trashing it because, you know, that's like resistant. Anyway, politics of cultural pedagogy. Okay, so this is Such work not only provided a way to make the political more pedagogical, but also gestured towards connecting work in higher education with a broader set of social issues and public commitments. Framing Canlit, which would be Canadian literature. So interpretations of Canadian texts. Engendering the queer, trans, non-binary, early modern stage then and now. I think that says it all. Once again, I'm someone who loves reading guy-on-guy books, okay? Like, I am not... like... But this is not what... Anyway. The novel of now, or how artists speak back to states of civil violence and war. Topics will focus on how contemporary novelists reflect materially and artistically radical turbulence in public life, given ever-widening economic inequality, political polarization, and escalating ethno-racially indexed violence in private life, given pervasive shifts in gendered and sexual norms and the structure of family life that have challenged patriarchal and heteronormative institutions. Novels will draw from various parts of the globe, including England, the US, Palestine, South Africa, Nigeria, and other countries. And the word Palestine is put in there for a very, 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 very specific reason, because there were a lot of pro-Palestinian people in that department. Now, I'm not saying you can't be Palestinian, but it was to the point where I felt uncomfortable in class at one point. I was like, oh no. It felt, okay. Queer Caribbean writing, sex, gender, and politics. So this is about Caribbean and queer stuff. And then we have a general critical and creative approaches to literary studies, sharing knowledges in with/for communities. This is the list of courses I would have to choose from in order to get a master's degree at the university that I graduated from. How do people feel here? Does anyone here see my problem? And you might think, oh, well, Chieko, that's just your university. Your university's just a little wild. No, all of them are like this. This is why, people are like, have you thought about getting a master's? No. Anyway, let's see what chat's thinking. Public property crime versus private property crime. If the owner of Tesla wants to press charges, they have a solid case, they would, for vandalism. But hate crime, if I recall correctly, can be called from above, outside of that individual. So pressing a hate crime, as far as I can understand, pressing charges for hate crime could actually come from outside of that individual. So once again, I don't really care, whether or not these guys duke it out in court or not. That's not the point. The point that I'm trying to suggest is that people are disingenuous, and they will absolutely suddenly find it's okay and non-problematic to draw a swastika on something. But, a few years earlier, 6 or 7 years earlier, oh my OMG, there's this boy in chalk on a school playground, let's continue to press charges against him. Now, once again, the kid didn't get in trouble, but it's that's not the point. The point of my argument is that the point that the article was trying to make was a good point, but in the larger context, it sounds worse. The situation with the adult is worse? Yeah. See, once again, it's a kid. Now, I'm concerned about that kid. I think that kid should be checked out. But if you're an adult and you're doing it, that's even worse than when you're a kid and doing it. The kid is going to get high fives all over the school when this is done. I hope not. Well, I hope the kid is not treated like a hero. That's a shame. That would be a shame. Obviously, people need to talk to the kid. And by the way, the one kid, from what I understand, there were 2 kids who did it together. And one was black and one was Asian, if I recall correctly. Because I think it was like it happened in Queens or something, like in a specific neighborhood of New York. Miro is having issues to stream. Let me know, guys, if my stream is doing something weird. The right needs to come to terms with the necessity of enforcing their own agendas on institutions that involves favoring certain views over others and not feel bad. That's how the left want culture. I definitely think that the conservatives just kind of faded. That's true. The basic idea isn't wrong. Yeah, she should have done more homework, honestly. She really undercut her point. It was sad, but she's very young as well. Let's all be real. Most of the people in university were also just parroting things. They don't know what they're talking about most of the time. There was a few who knew what they were talking about, and they were malicious and generally not great people. But generally speaking, you have a whole bunch of young people in universities who end up just going, yip, 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 and they don't really know what they're talking about. So when they start trying to talk about it, it ends up really weird. The problem with the article and the girl is the same. Oh, right. I read that. But yes, I agree with you, Epic. 100%. Self-awareness. People need to think about the optics of what they're actually saying. Yeah. By the way, the girl... Okay, so yes, I think I'm catching up here. Carve a Christian cross on your teacher's forehead. As someone who's trained in astronomy, I find the use of constellation there odd. It's a communist indoctrination, critical disability. That's when you have kids, I think. Remember, mortal thou art dust, and to dust you shall return. Yeah. I think Party is laughing. This makes me proud I've not gone to college. Party will study Euroqueers and be cancelled. Useless, all of it, says Epic. Where is the class where they teach you to give money to every black person you see? Then tell me which city that class is taught so I can grade them. And here's another thing as well, right? I am not suggesting we should never have alternative voices that we're studying in literature. I think literature degrees should be pushing the boundaries and looking at new and interesting creative forms and things like that. It's just that you can see from the courses that I read out loud that it is skewed one way. There is not one conservative course in there that is run by someone who is a conservative. And then you come to me and tell me that there is no bias in the academic sphere? Hello? And did you see how many of those courses were literally positioning the students to go into education and to go into like politics and like other forms of work out there in the big wide world? It's like you can put your head in the sand as a person who wants to believe in certain things, but you cannot come to me and tell me that department is not completely sold out to one thing. And someone like myself is not welcome there. And that's why I left. I was like, you know what? I'm going to peace out. This is not for me. Right? 50% discount for Epic. Yeah. Thank God Palestine is in there. Yeah, who knows what would have happened if Palestine wasn't included. If there was any university in the West that gives even 1% of this, but from the right, it would be shut down and everyone arrested. I bet there are private universities in the States, but public universities in Canada are basically like what I just read. I'm not joking. Knowledges? Miro, don't ask. Don't ask, Miro. I've worked at 2 colleges, one even Methodist affiliate. I confirm both were like this as well. Deep in a red state even. Yikes. Yikers. Okay. That's Diane Games, and I working at a college. Okay. Knowledge speaks to ways of knowing that aren't white and Western. Knowledge is. Yeah, there are certain terms, guys. Do you remember the word resistance, right? There are certain terms there that are actually really loaded. And a lot of people might just think, oh, that's a weird academic thing. No, there's like, when they talk about resistances, they're actually talking about using writing as a propaganda tool or using it as a motivation to enable activists and things. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. The college stuff does sound crazy, comedic even, until I realize it's real. And once again, like, I'm pretty theoretical myself. I love a good... I consider myself to be fairly laissez-faire about some things. But even I'm looking at some of that stuff and I'm like, this is... Look, I'm fine if a whole university department decides, you know what, we're going to focus on gender, queer, and, non-binary identities, and that's what this department is going to be focusing our research on. I actually have no problem with it. The problem is that specifically in Canada, this is combined with a very political bent. If it came out of genuine academic concern, I would be a little bit easier with it. But I know that a large portion of that is politically motivated and that there is a definite bias. And I didn't show the professors' names on purpose, but I know that some of those professors came from like certain backgrounds and they are interested in Gothic literature. Like, I know that there is a Gothic literature professor that was on campus there, and what in that list of courses represents that professor's milieu, her knowledge base, her studies. So that's what I'm saying is, like, there's not even room for someone like myself who wants to study Gothic literature or who wants to study, like, now I have to go to some place outside, further away. And so then I have to go, okay, so this department decided to go and study this other thing. It is what it is. But then I'm looking at all the other universities and they're not much better. So then I'm just kind of left with, what am I gonna... There's nothing here for me anymore. And that's why when I say I feel for this girl, if this girl is like me and feels like we feel like we have not been given a space to be ourselves as academics, it is very easy to go down a red pill road and lose the plot. You become activated to a certain degree. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I think that really is unfortunate. I don't like to see that, honestly. But it's understandable, even if it is unfortunate. And the reason why we know it's understandable is because New York Times did it, right? New York Times said something that's actually true. They posted a quote from a professor who was saying something that was actually true. But we know what the motivations behind that was. Same thing with this girl. We know what her motivations are. And the reality is that she's coming from a human place that is unfortunate, probably, not going to allow her to step back and really look at the situation with an eye for detail, to really report on a reality, which is that Goodreads probably represents a lot of female writers and female audiences, like she said, and that there may be a political bent, but at the end of the day, we saw that a bunch of men were published, and one of them was like Stephen King, right? Like, and T.J. Klune, who was, you know, I don't know. Like, it just, yeah. Chat is behaving strangely, but the stream itself is fine. Interesting. The college stuff, if I tried writing a sentence with a word like that when I was at uni, I would be asked to rewrite the assignment. Interesting. Very interesting, Miro. It might be, Miro, as well, though, that at your university, it's possible that certain open elective courses are less rigorous and they wouldn't be introducing you to some of those keywords, right? Because, like, some of those words are being used in a specific kind of way, if that makes sense. And you can pluralize knowledges. Like, knowledges is a way, but it's just extremely pretentious to use it that way. What is a conservative course? How to withhold wealth from poor and minorities? No. At this stage, Royal, a conservative course. Let's choose a okay, let's see. Oh. I don't even know the name of a university that might be conservative, obviously. In Canada, they don't exist really, unless they're private, in which case I wouldn't have heard about it, because like we're not gonna we're not gonna hear about that, right? Let's see here. I'll try to see if I can find one. It's going to be difficult because, once again, I don't know, like, how we would even search for it. Like, where could I find syllabi? That's the question. I want to find a syllabi or syllabus, something. Let's see. It's not always easy because universities have this thing where basically searching for anything is almost impossible. But we will do our best here to see if we can find any kind of literature course. Any kind of literature course. Come on, come on. I'm still looking, chat. Sorry, guys. Okay, I found one. Liberty University. This is a graduate English courses. Conservative college. Christian poetics. Can't get much more conservative than that. This course assists the student in developing, through reading and discussion of salient critical texts, a distinctly Christian poetics, a set of principles by which the reader analyzes, interprets, and evaluates literature in a manner consistent with the biblical worldview. So this is as religious conservative as you can get. And I'm not even wanting this. I would not even go to here because this is like a little too biblical for me. But here we have advanced literary criticism, an inquiry into the nature and functions of Anglo-American literary criticism and theory, a review of ancient, early, modern, and 18th and 19th century figures as a context for analysis and critique of a selected recent theorist, a study of ancient literature classics, literature of ancient Greek and Roman worlds. The inquiry into the nature of this body of literature will revolve around an investigation of the poet's peculiar visions and the limits of the genre studied, with references to the theories of Aristotle and Plato regarding nature and purpose of poetry in civil life. Then we have a Christian one, Christian authors related to Christian culture in a larger world. We have British authors exploring the works and context, both critical and historical, of a major British author, including Chaucer, Spenser, Fielding, Thackeray, or Joyce, among others. Then we have a linguistics course, which is related to phonology, morphology, syntax, and discourse. We have British literature. We have Old English. Oh, that's nice. That's actually... Anglo-Saxon world, introduction to Anglo-Saxon culture. You don't think they teach that in a college, Karn? Well, they don't teach it at my university, Royal. Like, not at the master's level. I just read you the master's degree courses that I could pick for that particular school, which that school requested me to basically study masters with them. And I thought, oh, okay, let me check out their master's degree. Nope. No. You just saw the curriculum. Yeah. That was a master's degree. We're looking at master's degrees right now, Royal, because all beginner degrees generally have a broad overview. We're not talking about that. We're talking about master's degrees. And the master's degree that was available for me at my local university, which I graduated from, is absolutely is politically determined. Is absolutely politically determined. And I would not be welcome there. If they found out that I'm even center right, like I'm not even full right wing. I'm like very centrist about a lot of things. And I would be silenced there. So you can straw man how to withhold wealth from poor minorities. Like that's what actually conservatives study. It just goes to show you don't actually know what conservatives are studying. But you can see here we have studies in Shakespeare, studies in American literature. I actually kind of don't really like American literature, but it's an American university. Nonfiction writing, trade books, travelogues, biographies, poetry writing, fiction writing, text analysis, oral and written, narrative, procedural, hortatory, and expository discourse. Someone called me a centrist last week as a negative. Yeah, I mean, Jonathan, you know, we can bro fist together. So I'm not not even looking to go to this university, okay? I think I did look at it like years and years ago, and I decided I didn't want to go and take this master's degree. I did approach them, I think, and I decided against it because I wanted to save money, number one, because the even back then, the foreign exchange was really terrible. And then a second thing was I just felt like it was a little bit too much about Christianity. Now, I'm a Christian, obviously, but I would prefer to study not from a particular viewpoint. I know Karn is going to say, but everybody has a bias and a viewpoint. Yes, but I would like it not to be baked into the institution. I would like it so that one prof could be like basically Hasanabi in the flesh, and another prof could be like Asmongold, and another prof could be like Wooly. And we could have this spectrum. Some UK universities still provide sane lit courses? Possibly. Is that I think women-dominated book publishing is caused by the publishing houses, not the other way around. The problem with your argumentation, MB, is that it doesn't take into account historical stuff. So, for example, if you look back to the 1700s and stuff like that, you will know that, of course, a lot of the writers that we see represented from that era are males. But it might surprise quite a few people to know that there was a huge influx of material written by and for women, to such a degree that it created basically the dime novel. And there were famous male authors who were constantly disgruntled by the fact that more people were reading this air quote tripe literature. And I actually really loved how later, more modern literary analysts were willing to dig out Anne Radcliffe, for example, and start looking at these extremely popular writers who were essentially sidelined because their writing was not considered to be as weighty or important, not because their stuff wasn't interesting and equally important in analyzing literary trends and literary ability, but also because they were simply female and represented air quote lower tastes. And so, in my opinion, I think female interests have actually dated back a long, long time ago and have always remained strong. What we can say is that male interest declined. And so, while I do think the publishing houses are part of the problem and are exacerbating the issue, I think the issue always, if you call it an issue, always existed because women always had a larger market share in the publishing houses long before women even had the right to vote. Epic's gonna grab some coffee. Some UK high schools still teaches Greek and Latin. Some dumbass lady here took it out of the school curriculum all over my country, and she was actually proud of doing it. Oh. Oh dear. Theological themes in film and literature was one of my advanced courses. Yeah. We're looking for conservative master's studies. Well, basically royal, either as a joke or I don't know. I can't guess. But Royal intimated that conservative courses would be something like how to withhold wealth from poor minorities. Now, he might be joking. He possibly is joking. It's hard for me sometimes, as you guys know, it's really hard for me sometimes to know when someone's joking because I'm very literal. Is it tism? Is it social awkwardness? I don't know. But basically, I feel like the reality is that there is an in-between. There is an in-between. And that certain people can feel like they've come out of a situation where it was, let's say, like I did. I emerged from my 4th year with extremely high marks. I was asked to join the master's program. I declined very politely. I did not behave like a lunatic. I didn't even go online. Me telling you guys this is literally like the only time I've told people in public what my problem is and why I haven't taken a master's degree. I never went online and complained. I never scrawled symbols on people's vehicles because of the institutional bias that existed at that university and across almost, all of the prestigious literature universities are skewing that way. So I just kind of, for lack of a better term, I just kind of noped out. And I think that's a very, that sometimes that's all you can do. There's no, how can I say this? There's no reason for me to run around crazy in society making stuff up because that happened. I can say that there is a bias in the literary department, but at the same time, just because our universities have completely gone one way doesn't mean that I suddenly can make shit up and catastrophize everything on the planet because, this happened or this is the way things are. It's important for me to not catastrophize things when the situation isn't a catastrophe. Now, does that mean that there are some situations that are concerning and that I am concerned about? Absolutely. But I think running around and not providing your argument with appropriate supports is a problem. And it's okay to have a concern or a query or see a pattern or a trend. But if you're going to come out onto the internet one way or another and start making comments, then you really should know your stuff. Yeah. Just gonna check in here. Wow, I just clicked on Leo's screenshot. He is multitasking like a boss. That's crazy, Leo. That's very... Do you like Devil May Cry? Ish. I feel like I saw a Devil May Cry anime back in the day. Anyway, that was interesting, chat. We got a lot of hours out of a 10-minute video. So it looks like I'm returned to form. Yeah. Shay always has interesting stuff to talk about. She does indeed. Indeed. But anyway. Wooly says conservative courses include Aristotelian logic. Possibly, yeah. If you're going into classics. Once again, there was this one university that I found. Well, it's not a university. It's more like a private thing. Let's see if I can find it. So, wait a minute a sec. I need to be careful here. I need to be really careful. I don't know if I can find it, but next time I can show it. But I was looking into comparative literature because I wanted to look at, like, I considered studying mythology at one point. But anyway, yeah. Let's see what we got here. I'm just checking on stuff. Wow, okay. So did chat have any other... Imagine a left-wing white woman going to uni only to find that all they teach is Christian nationalism and fascism. Well, you have to understand that to some people, they are so in the sauce that they don't even realize it, right? And she just goes calmly home. Could you imagine? I mean, they can't cope with someone driving a Tesla on the road. So we would hope that she would return calmly home. We would hope. We would hope that she would just return home and be like, well, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who don't agree with what I'm saying. I mean, maybe I shouldn't give up. Maybe I should try to go to school and lie for 2 years. I could probably do that, but I just feel like I would go insane. I don't know. I kind of like giving money to a group of people that I fundamentally don't support on a political level and who potentially could silence me at any point in time if I say something wrong. Like, do I want to give them money? I don't know. I'm very torn. Because someone recently asked me, somebody I know, near and dear to me, was like, oh, have you thought about getting a master's? And I'm staring at them and I'm like, how do I even start to explain my issue? You know? But it is what it is. Gotta go for the night, Enrakin? Well, thank you for coming. Welcome back to the stream. But yeah, I think if some people are so this is their group that is running the university, they won't see it as a problem. They won't even see the problem. They won't see the bias because it's their normal world. And then you have someone who is not even in their group, like is center, you know, as Wooly says, standing for nothing, whatever. You have somebody who's willing to talk and be reasonable and not be a crazy person running around, you know, doing weird stuff in public. I don't know. It feels really tone deaf to not even know what a halfway point could look like. Like, I'm not even wanting to go to a hyper conservative. I think going to a hyper conservative school would be a drag. But even something that is reasonable and in the middle appears to be beyond their comprehension. Yeah. Yeah, Epic. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if you can't even extend yourself to be gracious and say, I think I know what you would want, and try to give those people a benefit of the doubt, that just means that you're not willing to meet on common ground and are unable to discuss it. Now, there were some of my professors who were great and who were willing to cautiously have conversations. I felt like the last year and a half of my time at school was like almost like living in China times 10 in terms of having to watch everything that I said. But generally speaking, after class, I could talk with some of my professors separate from my fellow students. I never came out and said anything political, but we could at least talk about some deep stuff. And it could be separate from all of the activism stuff that was covered in class. It could literally be about the text, about the writers, about the literature that I love. And that's all I wanted. That was all that I wanted. I didn't want someone preaching at me about plastic in the ocean or the humane killing of pigs or the pro-life or pro-choice or whatever. Like I just wanted to talk about books, and I wanted to talk about all books. I wanted to talk about Harry Potter. I wanted to talk about H.P. Lovecraft without being, you know, like almost bullied. I wasn't completely bullied, obviously, but without being castigated publicly. So, yeah. Yeah. It's late and I have work kind of in the morning. I enjoy the stream checkout and I enjoy the chat, everyone. Good night, Epic. Thank you for coming. Good night, Epic. I hope you rest well. I hope you rest well. I think if I went to school, I would just want to study literature and not have to worry about whether reading H.P. Lovecraft is going to get me canceled. You know what I mean? Like, not having to watch my professor get castigated by an individual because she admitted to reading Harry Potter. Like, I would like to not have to see that. And I would settle for that. Like, if I don't need my professors to agree with me on everything, but I would like to see an environment where people can be respectful of other people's different beliefs and not literally try to carry out witch hunts. And when they, like this one individual, tried to basically go after the professor for admitting to liking to reading Harry Potter. Like, it was insanity. At one point I was like, what? Internally, I was like, if they show up for any kind of class, like, no conversation can be really had because everyone was tiptoeing around this person. Many beliefs do not deserve respect. I'm not talking about respect, Willie. I'm talking about functional societal etiquette. Just functional. I don't need the man in the bus to agree with me on even fundamental things. I just want him to drive the bus. And if I can get on the bus and pay my fare, I'm good. Now, it would be grand if we could all kind of be on the same page on major things, right? But at the end of the day, when I buy a coffee from someone, or if I get on a bus, or if I even go to school, it would be great if we could at least have like a minimum of professionalism. It has nothing whatsoever to do with bringing your beliefs into anything. I'm just talking about like people, minimum modicum of respect here. Not like respect as in I agree, or I condone, or I justify, or I support. Tiptoeing around a loudmouth student is what you get from respecting all ideas? No. Tiptoeing around a loudmouth student is because of fear, because that loudmouth student was, how can I say this? using certain identities they had decided to label themselves with as a weapon to bludgeon anyone into doing what they wanted or agreeing with them or whatever. So most people in that classroom probably enjoyed Harry Potter, and they did not respect that person's ideas. But nobody could say anything because that person had decided to use a very specific identity to protect themselves with, and to use as basically a weight against any counter argument. This respect is always one-sided? Well, I mean, yeah. In this case, yes. Right? Because everyone was behaving like a normal human being in the class. Well, almost everyone. There were still some interesting individuals there, but in general, they knew not to go after the professor. Which means in practice, this loudmouth had respect? No. No one was... I mean, maybe there were some people respecting that individual. I did not respect that individual. You're mistaking respect with etiquette. Or people just not knowing what to do. Or fear. It has nothing whatsoever... I can assure you that it is entirely possible to fear someone and not respect them. Yeah. I can assure you that on a very personal level. Yeah. Their opinion is not laughed at because the institution agrees with that person. Maybe there were some people in the room who respected that individual. I know that I did not respect that individual fundamentally. In terms of, like, obviously, they're a human, image of God, yada yada. But in terms of their ideas, I did not respect their ideas. I thought they were stupid. But there is a time and a place, and there's also self-preservation. And if you're paying something like $5,000 to $10,000, maybe $15,000, I forget how much I paid for the year, you're not going to jeopardize that money by speaking out against somebody like that. A short stream, yeah. Yeah. $50,000. I forget how much I paid for the 1 year. It probably wasn't. It wasn't $50,000. I know it wasn't $50,000. $50,000 is probably the total for like a four-year degree. Canadian universities are actually fairly reasonable. I probably paid $10,000 for the year, probably, which I took over a year and a half to do. But I can assure you, that people are not being respectful when they are silent. Yeah. You had a scholar. Yeah, but think about before the scholarship, how much was it per year for you? Without saying what university you're going to. Also, I think you're going to a certain... Not saying that your university is bad, little brother, but it was around $8,000 to $9,000. Yeah. So if you lived in residence and you included everything in there, I heard of some people who would spend $10,000 to $15,000 easy for an arts or whatever program. Yeah. I would say, yeah, $8,000 to $9,000, $10,000, depending on your university. In Canada, it's fairly reasonable, but of course, for like someone who's paying out of pocket, it felt like a lot. Residence is horrible, yeah. Yeah. But anyway. What time is it? It's almost midnight. When did I start? Feel like I started at 8. 8 to... Okay, so it's a 4-hour stream. That's not bad coming back. Wow. I thought I would only survive for 2 hours. But I guess chat is just too amazing. Before we end stream, did anyone have anything else they wanted to chat about? Read more PGR Slacker? Okay. I will do my best, Willie. There's a few things I got to get done first, but maybe by next week, for sure, I will do my best to do a bit more of the story. Chapter 9 is what I'm hearing. Leo says, I was half present. Were you half present, Leo? I'm just typing here. Oh, Leo got quite chatty in general. Way to go, Leo. Jericho is wrapping up. Catboy lit RPG fanfiction comes first. No catboys in this story, Willie, actually. So the story I'm writing is about humans in the human world. And it's kind of like isekai with DMT. I'm bad at multitasking? Oh, that's okay. When is 7.2 stream? Good question. If I'm free on a Wednesday, I will try to do a little bit of a MSQ stream on a Wednesday night, Jonathan. Wednesdays are technically one of the days I have off. Sometimes I end up doing a bit of work on it. If I'm free, I will talk with Party. If I'm free, I might do an early stream on Wednesday for the MSQ and try to catch up a bit. It will also depend on my lovely MS curator, Ben, who has been also slammed with work in his own kind of way. So he has to have early bedtime. So Martin's stream when I'm up there, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not going to promise. I'm bad at multitasking. I'm actually pretty terrible myself. So don't feel bad, Leo. But yeah. Anything else? So maybe a stream, an MSQ stream at some point. I do want to try it out. I was passing him notes. That's okay, Shay. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys were, I think you guys were chatting about animals. Am I reading this correctly? I'm only like, oh, she's sending dog pics. I think we're getting dog discussions, potentially. Breeding. Okay. That's okay. If you read all about it, if I want to know about dogs, I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of allergic to dogs. And if I go into a house that has heavy dog fur and smell, I will start kind of getting severe congestion after a couple hours. Then I start sounding like Darth Vader, and then I have to go outside and breathe non-dog air. Ben, we're talking about potentially on a Wednesday doing more MSQ. So, yeah, you and I, right? In a minute, and Nico, potentially? Question mark. Muffin Man needs his beauty sleep? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to pressure Ben too much because he has to get up really early as a baker. So we can't let the Muffin Man stay up late. But we will be considering an MSQ stream. So don't worry, Jonathan. We will do an MSQ stream. I am very excited to see where they go next. So I think we still have to finish 7.1. So we got some nice stuff to work through. Hopefully soonish. So I just gotta get some stuff fixed, and I have some work that I got to do. So yeah. But soon, hopefully, we will do a proper MSQ stream. So yeah. Awesome. Sorry guys. Any other things people want to ask about before we end stream? Because we're going to bring the stream to an end soon. Any other topic or anything that needs to be brought up? Your family cat started this? Oh, did she? Oh, Hestia, yeah. Why are you gay? I don't know, party. I don't know. Anyway. You know what, chat? I think I did 4 hours of talking. I think mind empty, no thoughts, only fatigue. Oh, Wooly. Chieko needs a solo. I'm sipping a Chinese herbal tea thing, and I think I need more. I think I might actually boil the water again and do it again, just because my chest feels like, I don't know, it's really weird. But anyhow, I did I did talk a lot, and I'm very thankful to everyone who showed up today. I know it was a bit of a surprise. I'm honestly just really I kind of felt bad because I kept putting it off. I wasn't sure if anybody could show up today. I'm very thankful to everyone who did show up. So thank you for coming in. Thank you for hanging out with me and just making my night more interesting. Boiling water, so advanced. Okay there. All right. Thank you, Royal. And I hope to get some gaming streams up very soon, and maybe some less political reactions, talk about stories and writing on a more practical level. But have a good night, everyone. I really appreciate seeing everyone here, and thank you again for coming, and I'll see everyone next time. So wait a minute, now how do I stop streaming?